Don't look at the cards.
Take 6 raise, all in.
Count, please.
1, 2. Chuck the top in here. Just the top in here. 253. 254. 254.
164 hours. 'Be a wide one.
See that fault.
It was good. It was good.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Good. Okay.
One higher, I might not have even gone all in.
Oh, fuck. Okay, I don't want that.
Yeah, good.
I'm good.
One higher, I'm like 3 big ones, so.
I would shove.
Oh, really? That's so funny. Cool. No need to lie.
No, I don't know. I might watch it. I actually love watching the other ones. I just have a highlight. Pretty respectable to shopping for. Very much like that.
All in. Seat 1 raise, all in. 107.
I always thought about this.
Yeah, I just had a king highlight.
No, might as well. I thought about just like, no. I'm okay to take it to like.
Sure, no, just rescan that, please. Yeah. Did that work? Yeah, so
Pretty good
okay.
outcome actually when you're too high base.
Yeah.
That's to be. Yeah.
10 seconds.
Head 35, those drop.
Seat 2 cold.
You're not.
No, it sounds good. Pretty clean shop.
Yeah, I think it's
Seat 4 cold. Seat 6 cold.
You kicked off the state of origin team for calling this sound.
Seat 7 cold. Seat 8 cold.
Kick on me. Suited free juice in the bin, that's respect, Dave.
Oh, you folded suited cards?
Suited.
7 bigs?
Put it in the bin, man. Respect.
Suited MJ. Oh. Still a basketball fan.
Yeah.
Get it in there.
Yeah.
Gotta give half of it back though now.
Yeah.
Damn, I had 180 when I came here 2 hands ago. Damn.
Seat 2 cold. Seat 4 cold. Seat 6 cold. Sure. Seat 7 raise. Chuck, just rescan. Seat 7 raise, 100,000. Seat 8 fold. Seat 1 fold.
It's a good card. I didn't have one of those.
Oh, it's because I had 2. Not quite.
now.
Yeah. Jessica had big piles of orange in there, and Jessica was thinking about something and wanted to text in seconds to see if that
Yeah, of
went
course.
away.
Yeah, and the bucks. Yeah, of course. And the 100. Yeah, yeah.
But now we're
C4 raise, all in. C6 fold. C7 fold. C8 fold. C1 fold. C2 fold.
very jealous, Matthew, by me.
People have that.
It's well
So
earned
the
chips.
next game's mine.
3 tank
cool.
folds.
Yeah, it's nice.
3 tank folds.
They gave me a hat.
Yeah, that's a bit stressful.
Yeah, they earned those ones.
Fans now.
Oh,
But Playlive. Fair enough.
good deal.
Good deal for them.
Can I
Good deal
borrow,
for me.
can I borrow your Sans Macau hat?
You can't borrow my Sans Macau hat if you'd like. It's in my car.
See if I can get an upgrade?
They're like, where's that from? I'm like, not Australia.
Yeah.
How would you like one from Australia? Yeah.
C6 raise, 32. C7 fold, C8 fold. C1 fold. C2 fold, C4 fold.
We have to go hand to hand again, or?
Really?
No, I'm saying, yeah. it's in such a weird bubble, like it's in like it's just so awful. But I get it, like fully understand. But it's like the pre-bubble, the bubble, the time, the table break bubble, the pay jump bubble, FT bubble. No, we're about to get one. It's about to. There's a lull. There's a 3.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a lull.
That'll be a good one.
Yeah. To 3 people to yeah. But this is I get it. Maybe they should just go. Everyone gets the same except for first.
Yeah.
Seat 7 full. Seat 8 full.
So we just give it to Mackenzie. What's going on? 1.2? Yeah. That's a solid stack.
You just rescanned it. So sure. Seat 1 full. That work? Yeah, so.
Because it made sense when they were describing it the other day. Because they announced it the other way. So, anti-sweating,
10 seconds. Seat 2 full. Seat raised, fall in. Seat 6 full.
yeah.
Are they taking on that table?
They would,
I will
win
say
chips against you.
but we already have.
Chips against you, but
Yeah.
yeah. No.
I probably will. Unfortunate for the stream, but
Seat 8 full.
I started 180, should be 160.
Seat 1 full. Seconds.
I guess I'll take my full 30 too. Yeah. Start with that.
5 seconds.
After 20 is
Seat 2 full. Seat 4 full. Seat 6 full.
might be a very long hand post one though. Could be.
Seat 7 check.
I'm gonna have a tough block to pick up.
First off, ICM's the challenging concept.
Correct. C7 fold.
No bluff. No bluff.
Tough decision. Oh,
Perfect bluff candidate. Backdoor gunshot. Backdoor open end or anything.
hey. That's what I tried to do to Josh on the bubble. It didn't work.
No.
That's why I lost my chips.
Oh, was that the big one you guys did?
Yeah, check raised him on. Yeah. I was like, enough of this tyrant. Check raise. Call. Oh.
Just shut down after that one,
Ace
wasn't it?
King 8. I'm like, Ace King 8. I'm allowed. I can, on the bubble, I can definitely have some really tight just calls.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Under the gun, 5-handed versus big blind. I thought about turn barrel there, but I was like, I don't think I'm allowed to even bet like Ace 8 and Ace King 8. Yeah, on 45 effective, so I always obviously just play check. Would have worked, yeah, Ace 7. But I would have had to like launch it. Oh, someone's eating like
C1 fold.
Oh,
Sorry, I
Carlos
did
got
get
her.
oh, you got food. Oh, schnitz. Okay, cool. Yeah. I was like, oh, I smell like chicken. I feed my dog so much chicken that it's just like, doesn't usually smell that good. No, I eat chicken a lot too, so I think of food in general, yeah.
I ate lots of chicken. I got the worst food poisoning in my life.
I would-
Reno,
Oh,
eating
no.
chicken, and if chicken ever tastes too chickeny,
Oh no.
I just can't.
I get the Costco chicken all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's the best.
That chicken was way too chickeny, but I didn't know what the fuck that meant at the time. Oh, it was the worst. 2 or 3 days of my life.
10 seconds.
Pure regret.
C4 fold. C6 fold.
I was disappointed. I thought that chicken for dinner.
They should have started streaming at 11.
Big days, yeah.
Or not on the pay jump between 12 and 11. People tuning in at the start. This is the moment before and poker.
10 seconds.
Comments are right.
Fuck, I'm not gonna get rid of this.
Sometimes.
C7 fold.
You know, the funny thing is, all the short
Oh
stacks
my
are,
god. Oh no! Bad thing!
Not like this.
I'm actually ahead.
all the short stacks are on this table.
No, no.
So that means I don't think
Yeah.
it does anything to tank because
There's still got people sub 20 on here. It doesn't.
sure.
Yeah.
But it just happens to be everyone that's short is here.
Yeah.
What'd you have?
That's what I do still.
Oh, right. I thought you said bad beat as in you had ace, as in like.
Just had to go through the process and think if I could get away with it.
How many did you have there?
Well, I wouldn't have, but.
You have like one.
Hang on, what's the next one on here? That's it. 30, 145, something like that. What's going on here?
5 seconds. C2 fold. C4 fold. C2 6 rays, 38,000. On. See 8 rays, all in. See
I'm not
one
folding.
full.
I just want to know. Is there anyone over there?
See 6 full.
I had a takeable one.
Fair enough.
I like it, my dude.
Lost one, thanks.
I had a suited king hearts.
What'd you have?
Suited king of hearts. I come a solid third place with a great draw, but yeah, solid third place.
I was calling the jam and I win.
Lost seat 4, thanks.
I had an ace and my kicker hit.
Yeah.
But too intimately at me to have the nuts,
So we lost seat
so stay away.
It was not a good ace.
Gotta be more subtle with the goods, you know?
Wow, no deep voice.
No more secrets.
I've got heaps of chips. My decisions might be a little bit quicker now. No,
I won't complain. I won't complain about it.
Yeah.
not till 8.
All part of the card game.
Seat 4 fault.
Finally get an easy decision.
Seat 8 fold.
All in?
Seat 1 raise, all in. It is
75.
45.
75. No, but don't worry about it.
Yeah, 75. Seat 2 fold.
Alrighty, welcome back to Playlive Melbourne. Do apologise if you logged in a little bit earlier with no commentary, but we did have a couple of technical issues that have now been resolved, I believe. So hopefully everybody at home can hear my voice. I might be able to bring in a couple of special guests today, as Berkey is off doing his own thing this afternoon. So I'll be calling the action here in the Six Max, which kicked off actually yesterday. Got 109 entries. We're down to the final 2 tables of 6. You can see the players on the table at the moment. This is hand number 10. And a pretty good job from Guy Greenstein downstairs, who told me the other way of fixing this problem was to cancel the stream altogether and start it all over again. But lucky for us, we found a solution, and now we're back and going. So we apologise to anybody and everybody who logged in earlier. and wanted to get some updates as to this particular event.
C2 raise.
We're dealing with some technical issues, but they have now been resolved. Braden Jinx, small blind, rips it. King 10 off. Going to pick up the blinds. Now, we have had a question coming in from Sebi on Twitch about stacks in play in the last 12 players. I believe it might be down to 11 now, but I will give you that as of the first hand of this particular stream. Just bear with me as I bring up that information. Right, here we go. So players out in the field and approximate chip counts as of the start of this stream, which was probably give or take 25 minutes ago, maybe 20 minutes ago. Sean Ragazzini, who's not on this feature table, he's got 1.95 million or 122 bigs. Mackenzie Alford has 1.2 million or 76 bigs. CU Do, which is also known as Jessica, has 931 bigs or 931,000 in her stack, 51 bigs. Simon Shaheen, Wahesh, the man, the myth, the legend himself, just short of 600k and has 37 bigs. Josh Chen, also known as Josh Wick, has 558 or 35 bigs. Janing Dai, don't know enough about Janing Dai, has 518,000 in chips or 32 bigs. Jess Pignataro has 443,000 in chips or 28 bigs. David Leong has 250k roughly and 16 bigs. As we see an all-in here, Taylor Pickles versus Braden Jinx. I'll get to the rest of those stacks on the outer feature tables in just a moment. Flop comes down 7, King 3. So a bit of help there for Jinxie with their Queen 7. Turn card brings in the 5 of clubs. Jinxie needs to whiff an ace or a jack at the river and does. It's the full double up, now up to 24 bigs. Taylor Pickles down to 3. Obviously, Taylor's chip stack as of 25 minutes ago was 218k, but that's now been dwindled down to 48k, as you can see on the screen at the moment. Braden Jinx, he's on the screen at the moment too, 388. He did start the day with 218,000. Travis Endersby is out there. He had 180k to start the day, or 11 bigs. And Dale Marsland started off with 107,000 or 7 bigs. They're the 12 players in the field. And I believe we might be down to 11. The field in the top right-hand corner should adjust accordingly, but we are playing a bit of catch-up. We did have a technical glitch right at the start of the stream just for the cooler. And now I believe it has been rectified. So those people who are watching and have just tuned in, this is the Six Max right here at Playlive Melbourne. It did kick off yesterday. And I just want to get some information about yesterday. So it kicked off at 4:15. Wednesday the 10th of June. It's a $1,500 buy-in, $1,300 plus 200. They all started with a 50k starting stack, 30-minute levels, and the guarantee on this particular event was 50k. Late registration was until 9:45 last night, so no more regos in this particular event. And they've come back today to do the conclusion of this particular event. They came back at approximately 2:10, and we were hoping to put this onto stream at 2:30, but due to a couple of conflicts, unfortunately, we couldn't do that. We're now bringing you the action live on a 20-minute delay right here at Playlive, 129 York Street in South Melbourne. I do want to give a big shout-out to my partner in crime, Adam Burke, who hasn't been able to join me today, but I believe he might be in tomorrow or over the weekend. He's got some issues that he has to resolve, so out doing that. So big shout-out to the big man. Jamie Hall might be joining me a bit later on. I know that there is the mini main satellite going on upstairs at the moment. So there's a few players out there that I can see up here in the upper deck portion of Playlive. And I also know that in about 20 minutes' time, the 10-game twist brought to you by Shannon Vanderberg and what he does at MGA, X Games Academy, will be kicking off approximately 20 minutes from now. And I saw Shannon earlier. He's got the fedora on and the suspenders. So you're going to get him in all of his glory, bringing the 10-game twist for those players who like to play more than 2 cards. But forget about MGA for the time being. Dale Marsland right here has jammed it all in with the pocket 4s under the gun, and Taylor Pickles has picked up the ace-deuce offsuit on the button, and it's going to cost her the rest of her stack to call.
I'd give up a bit, just for one. Really are.
I didn't even a max late. I didn't even bag a time bank. Just used them all on the first level. Trying to dodge the box. There's another thing.
For those people just tuning in at home, I'm not sure if you can hear the table audio. If you can, I'd appreciate you just sending me a little message, either on Twitch, Facebook, or YouTube, just saying, yep, we can hear the table audio. That'd be a bit of a help to myself, if that's okay. So Taylor here, deep in the tank, trying to decide whether or not she should go ahead with the ace deuce offsuit. So down to a field of 12. There's obviously a few players out there with quite a short stack, one of them being Taylor Pickles here for 3 bigs. She does elect to put it into the muck. Travis is also sub 10 bigs. 6.8. There's Travis right there throwing it into the bin. Round 2, Mackenzie. 96 bigs. Yeah, okay, that'll work. Flicks over the ace-9. So standard race situation, really. Pocket pair versus 2 overcards. As you can see, equities bottom left-hand corner of your screen. And let's see how this one plays out. For Dale, can he hold? Board comes down. King 7-3, 2 clubs. A little bit of help for Dale there as well with his pocket pair of 4s. Jack on the turn, still miles out in front, 87% equity. Needs to whiff an ace or a 9. The river card brings the 8 of diamonds. Check mark next to Dale. Now all of a sudden up to 15 bigs. So one of the short stacks at this particular feature table getting a double up there, now up to 15 bigs or 238k.
This guy gets me excited thinking I've got 10,000 more than I've got. Good needle, Brad.
So we're going to be playing this one down to
I don't mind it.
a final table.
Should get a time bank for that.
When he called and showed, I thought for a second I had ace-4. I forgot my hand, and I'm like, damn it. I'm like, damn it.
And when we do that, I'd imagine there's probably going to be a short intermission as we count down the stacks, take the photos, do everything that we need to for the socials. We'll be back to call the action, and maybe I might be able to be joined by the one, the only, Mr. Jamie Hall, which we did have a bit of fun with last night. We played a bit of trivia after work, and that was an amazing night, actually. Wasn't too late too, so plenty of sleep. So if you are joining us on YouTube, Facebook, and or on Twitch, you're listening to myself, Josh Monk. Might be able to do a giveaway today too. So if you are liked and subscribed to the Berkey and Monkey commentary page, you would be eligible to pick up some merchandise. I actually picked up some merchandise today. One of those quarter zip fleece jumpers. Absolutely Mickey Mouse they are, as Taylor Pickles picks up the aces in the cutoff. Beautiful. Pretty easy decision here just to whack this all in. She might do that play of leaving one chip behind. But I'd like to see her take her time and then whack it, and she does. Forget about the chip behind. She's going to move it all in for 48k. Round to Travis. Picks up the internet hand or the computer hand, depending on which way you want to articulate this particular hand of Queen 7 off. He's going to fold from the button. Round to Mackenzie, who's the gentleman on screen at the moment. 6-5 suited. He's got 88 bigs. Jeez, that's a massive stack. Wowee. I wouldn't be surprised if he is the chip leader in this particular event. He's picked up the 6-5 suited in the spades. It's going to cost him 2.5 bigs to call. He's got a jam for protection here, just in case somebody picks up something with in the big blind. So he's going to go with a 6-5 and try and bust Taylor Pickles out of this event. Can he find some spades or some cards to collect a straight? Off to the flop we go. And that's looking pretty good. He needs a gut shot 4 to make the straight, or backdoor spades. Taylor out in front at the moment. There's a 7. No real help there. And the river card brings in the 6. No good for Mackenzie, making a pair of 6s at the river. And also the backdoor straight and flushes get in. So lucky for Taylor in that particular hand that her ace is actually held, which is good for her. Taylor Pickles, honestly, she is an amazingly good poker player. And she's been studying the game quite a lot in the last year, year and a half. And she's taking on some elite pros in some pretty big fields and some pretty big buy-ins. So shout outs to her. Has flown down from Brisbane, I should say, to Melbourne to partake in this particular series. John coming in on YouTube in the chat saying, how is Mackenzie not going to win now? Yeah, good point. Does have 86 bigs or 1.4 million. And I think there's a comment coming in from KG. Can barely hear it. I'm assuming you're referring to the table mic or the table audio. Endgame _ airlines is saying, sounds like a simmering pot.
All in. Seat 1 raise, all in.
So
Seat 2 fold.
I will work with that
Seat 7 call
with the
up.
production team, probably at the next break. We did deal with some serious issues up here in the comms prior to getting on stream tonight, so obviously there might be some technical issues downstairs as well.
Yep.
And hopefully we can
So Travis
rectify them
7,
after the break.
Someone told me
75,
blackjacks are good.
and then Dale went all in, and Trav called. No, seat 1 went all in. And seat 7
Obviously in this 6 max, the final table will be made up of 7 players as Dale finds the ace 10 and does call off after there was a jam from Travis with the king 7. The flop comes down 7, 9, 6. Can Dale hit the gut shot to make the straight, or an ace or a 10? There's a 10 on the turn. Big card for Dale. And here comes the river, brings in the 5. So Travis will be eliminated there after hitting a 7 on the flop, but Dale finds the 10 of diamonds on the turn to hit top pair with the nut kicker. Obviously the 4-liner is in for the straight. Nobody had the 8. So GG's in the chat for Travis, eliminated now out of this event, and Dale's going to pick up a few more chips, now up to 17 bigs or 346k.
Who are we going to get?
Jack Wilson coming in on YouTube saying, what was she waiting for?
We've got 9
Such a long time with the aces. Kind of agree with you a little bit. You'd look down, see them and just put them all in, but obviously she's trying to protect the image that she wants to build at the poker table, which is somebody who takes their time to, you know, act on their hands. There's Berkey in the background, just walking in the door. I think he might have just come in temporarily, and then he might have to go off and do something else. But if not, we'll bring Berkey up here. That's the outer table in the 6 max that you can see in the top left-hand corner of your screen. So obviously Ragazzini's out there. Josh Wick is sitting in seat 1. Jess is also sitting in seat 4. Wahesh sitting in seat 9.
Sounded like something else.
Oh, sorry, 40, sorry.
Mackenzie with a huge stack, 1.4 million. That's crazy big,
40,000. Seat
this
1
particular event. He's going to pop it up and make it 40k to go, or 2 bigs. The blinds here, 10k, 20k with a 20k big blind ante. And hopefully we'll bring up the payouts streaming across the bottom of your screen shortly as well. So Guy, if you can hear me, if you can put that in there, that would be awesome. Braden Jinx
Seat 2 fold.
going to get rid of the 10-5 suited in the small blind. Taylor Pickles picks up the 8-4 off. Not good enough. So I'd imagine she's going to put this one into the muck. Will cost her 1 big to call. However, she's only got 4.4 bigs. So I'd like to see her fold this particular hand.
Seat 4 fold.
Taylor had a 3-8 top decision there. Understandable.
Where's the live stream playing?
Let's go.
It's not fair. I thought there was a delay.
So we're down to the final 9 out of 109 players in the 6 max. I see 4 players here and 5 on that outer feature table. Once they get down
All
to
of a
7
sudden, the hands
players,
were tricky ones.
they're going to form 1 table, which will be the final table here of the Six Max
Are
event.
you shortest on your table over there?
It kicked off yesterday.
What's your stack? If you don't mind me asking.
You're
But
here.
you're still gonna
That's
you're still gonna answer me though, aren't you?
You're here.
It was a
Chips usually.
Thanks, mate. Good luck. I hope it turns into a lot
see.
more.
It was a
I wasn't
$1,500
saying
buy-in,
in a negative way.
50k starting stack, 1,300 plus 200, 30-minute levels with a 50k guarantee, which obviously they killed right here at Play Live with 109 entries into this particular event. So don't worry about the 50k guarantee. The prize pool will be scrolling at the bottom of your screen temporarily.
I mean, you've been standing here for like 3 of our hands, so.
As Dale, what a moustache on the bloke.
See one fold.
He's going to fold the 8-6 offsuit under the gun, down to 17 bigs. Braden Jinx. Serial Crusher always wears that orange cap. Usually has that green WSOP
Good idea.
GG jacket on, but today has elected to go with the black. He's going to fold the A7 off on the button. Taylor Pickles, the small blind, has picked up the natural. The Queen 9 offsuit. Like to see her make a play against the big blind here with the Queen 9. And she does. Well played. Perfectly played so far. And Mackenzie has the 8 deuce of diamonds. It's going to cost Mackenzie 3.4 bigs to call. He's contemplating making a call here with the 2 diamonds. If he does, he needs to find that or an 8 or a deuce for that matter to try and bust Taylor out of this particular event. Top 12 in this 6 Max made the money. We'll give you that information shortly. The prize pool in this event was $138,866 to be exact. It's a pretty huge prize pool considering the guarantee on this event was only 50k. So eat your heart out, poker lovers. Starum15 on Twitch saying, Monkey, who are you favouring for the W? Look, you know what? I'm going to take my boy Simon Shaheen. He's due a huge win. We had a conversation earlier in the day when I walked in, and he said he had about 300 or 400k at that particular stage. So I'd love to see my boy Simon Shaheen take it down, but wouldn't be surprised if it was someone like, Sean Ragazzini, or even Jessica has a big chance of being able to win this event as well. She's been playing outstandingly. I don't know if any of you who are viewing this particular stream watched the 5K from a couple of days ago, but she was outstanding. So she might be able to make it to this final table and do some damage against the boys in this field. As Taylor Pickles picks up the Ace King of Hearts. Beautiful on the button. That's a jam all day long. And she does. The 6.4 bigs round to Mackenzie, the natural 9, the King 9 offsuit. The small blind flicks in his small blind, doesn't want to compete, and Dale's going to call with the King Queen of spades.
Nice hand.
So if Dale can find some spades or a queen here, we could see an elimination of Taylor Pickles. However, at the moment, Taylor Pickles has the best hand, Ace King of Hearts. It is all in for a tournament life, 70% equity.
Sorry. We're good? Oh, we're good. Sorry, my bad. Sorry.
I think mine was that one.
That's all.
Dom Parker in the dealer's chair, just making sure everything is set up for production downstairs. So appreciate that, Dom. As the flop comes down, 6-5-8, complete rainbow. Taylor Pickles still miles out in front. The 4 of diamonds on the turn. Can Dale find the queen and the queen only? Here comes the river, brings in the 4. So Taylor Pickles will get the check mark next to her name and pick up another pot. So she was down to sub 4 bigs just before, and all of a sudden now up to 14 bigs or 286k. As Mr. Richmond has decided to just slam the door open and come in to see what's... Open the door up with a bit of aggression. Yeah, slam the door open. You like that one? Yeah, dyslexic up here a little bit. Guiding has come in to see what this is all about.
No. That's all I was asking you for good.
And he's told everybody, maybe you might have caught that down the microphone. He's waiting to Max Late Reg, the satellite into the mini main. There we go. So if you want to come down here and bust Mr. Richmond himself, jump into that particular event. That is the mini main satellite. Yeah. And That mini main satellite did start today at 5. It's $180, $150 plus 30, a 15K starting stack, 15-minute levels, 5 seats guaranteed. Right, okay, fair enough. Max late registration is 6:40, which is in approximately half an hour from now. As we are trying to get down to the final table of 7, because this is a 6 max event. Blinds here are 10K, 20K with a 20K big blind ante.
Oh no, we're going hand for hand.
They're just waiting for the hand on the outer table to conclude.
Yeah, we weren't premature.
Yeah, he started off, Mr. Richmond, with 1.8 mil. Like, I think he had 86 bigs. Actually, I've got the information in front of me. Hold on one second. I can tell you that if you want. I did tell the rest of
I think 7.
the people at home what the starting stacks were at the start, because Jamie Hall did me a solid and was able to give me all of the starting stacks, so just bear with me. Let's see if I can figure it out from here.
Oh, this that weird.
So many chats going simultaneously, so
C4 pop.
find it 1 second. Yeah, so the starting stack here for Mackenzie was 1.215 million when we came on stream, or 76 bigs. Sean Ragazzini had the lead, actually, 1.95 or 122. So obviously Mackenzie has done some damage to some players out there. As we see another all-in, Braden Jinks versus Mackenzie, who we've just been talking about, Mr. Richmond. So it's Ace 10 versus the King 7.
9-10. Ace Jack 9-10.
Huge pot too, 33 bigs. The Devil's number, 666K.
Oh, no, it's a pair.
So just waiting for an outer table at the moment to conclude their hand before we show this particular hand on stream. Now, for those people who are wondering what's on today,
I'll go with Ace Jack. I'm sticking with my first event stance for now.
I'm going to let you know. So today is Thursday, the 11th of June.
The button jam range and just
At 4:15 today was the Super Stack, day 1. It's a $2,000 buy-in. 1750 plus 250. It's 150K starting stack, 30-minute levels, 50K guarantee, and late registration for that particular event ends tonight at 11 p.m. So for those people who've got work today on a Tuesday,
worse than 9-10.
you can come from work, maybe even go home, have a shower, have some food, come straight down to 129 York Street in South Melbourne to the Playlive headquarters and jump straight into the Super Stack if you wish. You will need to have tomorrow off because that's when that event comes back. Tomorrow at 2:10 exactly. At 5 o'clock was the mini main event satellite, which is $180, $150 plus $30 hospitality package, 15-minute blind levels, 15K starting stack, 5 seats guaranteed into that. Late registration will conclude in approximately 28 minutes at 6:40 p.m. local time. Then for the people who would like to play more than 2 cards, all the mixed game stuff kicks off today with Shannon Vanderberg, the Prince of Poker himself, downstairs, the Mixed Game Academy. The 10-game twist to 500 or 400 plus 100, or you can do the upper deck, which is 900 plus 100, I believe. 50K starting stack, 60-minute levels until registration closes for that bad boy, and then 30-minute levels thereafter. Late registration will close at 8:15. And now we're going to get back to this hand. So it's Ace 10 versus the King 7 off. Braden Jinks all in at risk. And here comes the flop. It comes 10-7 deuce. So pretty good flop for Braden out with top. Mackenzie's also picked up a 7. Here comes the turn and a 7 comes off. Just peels off on the turn. Disaster card for Braden. And that's all she wrote for Braden. Getting his top cracked there by the King 7. Hitting a 7 on the turn. Mackenzie going to bust Braden Jinks out of this 6 max event. And just like that, it looks like we are down to 8 players. Could potentially be the 7 players actually.
Thank you.
Just bear with us as we're going to get confirmation.
Yeah, more than me, and
So we have been confirmed from the production crew downstairs that we actually have made the final 7 players. So the feature and final table will be redrawn for seats. Chips will be counted, and some social media posts will be made about chip stacks. So it looks like we're going to go on a short 15-20-minute intermission as we set up for the final table of this 6 max event. As Mr. Richmond asked me what are the chances or what percent or what are the odds of Mackenzie winning this event. To be honest with you, Mr. Richmond, I hate to put the moz on people as a commentator, but he's looking pretty healthy there with 86 bigs. Anyway, we'll be back in approximately 15 to 20 minutes, and hopefully I might be able to have either Mr. Richmond or Jamie Hall or Adam Burke come in and join me. Until then, we'll see you back here in about 20 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, there's already one there, but I think it's just... Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
So welcome back here to, pardon me, day 2 of the Six Max. We've now reached the final table of 7 in this particular event. Looking forward to bringing you all the action, the chip counts, and the players who have made the final table. Should appear shortly. Shout outs to Guy Greenstein downstairs, bringing you the coverage this evening. And welcome back everybody in the chats on Facebook Live, YouTube, and on Twitch. We are on a 20-minute delay, but I appreciate all of you joining us this evening. It's a $1,500 buy-in, creating a prize pool of $138,866. First prize picking up 41 lacquer and some change. Second, 25.5, and the remainder of the payouts scrolling across the bottom of your screen. Dale Marsland's going to get out of the way in the hijack with the King 4 of clubs, not good enough to contend with. So he's going to fold, I'd imagine. And instead of folding, he's going to jam it all in for 9.4 bigs. So 0 from 1 for me at the moment. Round 2, Taylor Pickles, who got rewarded before. She actually had an ace-deuce offsuit, and she did elect to put it into the muck, then found the aces, got the hand through, picked up some chips there, and then won another flip. So good on Taylor. She's sitting now in this particular event with 14 bigs, or 286K to her stack. Maddie Gin and Tonic's actually railing her at the moment. Actually, quite a few players actually on this rail, as Mackenzie here picks up the ace-9 of clubs. And it looks like he's going to elect to make the call from the small blind. And believe it or not, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Jamie Hall, is going to join me in the commentary booth right now. Jamie, how are you?
Hey, mate. Yeah, really good. Thank you very much.
Mm.
Thought I'd come and have a little blast on some of this final table. Some great-looking people here.
Got to love that. And for those people who are Berkey lovers, I actually saw Berkey earlier today on the telecast, I should say, and I said, are you coming up to do some comms? And he said, no, I'm going to shoot some bullets into the 10-game mix that's out there. As the ace-9 pairs up on the flop of queen 9-3, needs to find a king ball. The 2 remaining kings, no good. 2 pair, aces and 9s. Dale, eliminated. Couple of hands, or actually first hand back from that particular break. So we're going to lose Dale in 7th. And just like that, we are down to the remaining 6 players in this Six Max $1,500 buy-in event.
Had a bit of a cooler to lose that monster stack he had, over 1,100,000 or so bigs. So it looks like he's donated them all to Mackenzie, who's looking pretty healthy on this final table now.
Yeah, 1.9 million on 97 bigs. So very healthy stack there. Josh Chen, Taylor Pickles, sub 15 bigs each. So they're going to try and find a hand and whack it all in, try and get a double up or 2. Jessica Du, I tell you what, she's been playing just outrageously good. She was in the 5K. She made the final table of that. And most of the events that she has been playing in, she's been running pretty deep, Jamie Hall. Yeah, correct.
Top 20 or something
Yeah,
like that.
that's correct.
So she's got to be in good contention for the Play of the Series, for sure, especially with this result going quite well. And yeah, looking forward to seeing some more of her play. This is my game as well. Six Max is my absolute favourite. If I'm going to fire one event, it's always going to be a Six Max.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of short-handed poker, especially if it's Omaha high-low or Big O, for that matter. And we'll talk about the mixed game stuff in a second. Simon Shaheen pops it up, makes it 40K to go. The blinds are 10K, 20K with a 20K big blind ante under the gun. He hasn't found the RFID reader, but as we can see, Josh Chen is going to effectively put the rest of his stack in, leaving behind just 1.4 bigs or 28K. Back round to Jessica now in the big blind with the king-queen suited in the diamonds. Josh Chen did raise it up. We'll put in that 3-bet to 260 with the ace-10 of hearts. I did speak to Simon Shaheen. He's a good friend of mine. Goes by the nickname Wahesh. So she's just going to whack the King Queen of Diamonds. And Josh Chen. Shaheen opened.
Opened under the gun and she's just whacked the 45 big effective.
That is correct, Wait.
Absolute legend. What is she doing? What a hero.
What a hero. So she needs to find some diamonds or a King Queen. Here comes the flop. It comes 10, 4, 5. So top pair, top kicker for Josh Chen out in the lead with backdoor hearts working for him. The deuce on the turn also gives him outs now to make it straight, but he is still in front with the pair of 10s. Here comes the river, brings in the 7 of hearts. No help to Jessica. So she's going to lose a few chips there to Josh Wick, also known as Josh Chen, now up to 648k in chips or 32 bigs. Very bit of a dangerous play too against Simon Shaheen, also known as Wahesh, who I asked, by the way, during the break, are we any chance? Because he's a good friend of mine. And he goes, mate, we're always a chance. So,
I would imagine he's generally fairly aggressive, right, in this sort of spot.
yeah.
Comfortable in chips, six-handed.
Yep.
So probably just, open a little bit wider. But yeah, I thought maybe she had a 3-bet off, but not a 3-bet jam. So nice. Unfortunately, didn't get the better end of it though.
That's true. As Keto in the Facebook chat coming in saying, shout out to Mac Baby. So I'd imagine that's Mackenzie. So a bit of a shout out to Mackenzie in the chat there from Keto, joining us on Facebook Live. We are live on a 20-minute delay on Facebook Live, YouTube, and on Twitch. And we're calling the action exactly how you see it on your screen. So we don't know what's happening downstairs. We're calling it exactly how you see it at home as it comes around to Taylor Pickles. Got a bit of a stack now, 14 big, still short, but can do some damage. She's going to fold the Queen 4 of clubs, round to Mac Baby, Mackenzie Alford with the King 3 of spades in the cutoff. He's going to pop it up, make it 2 bigs to go, just raising the structure. Around to Jessica, who actually had King Queen last hand suited, now picks it up offsuit. The King Queen offsuit here in the small blind, looking at a 1.5 big to call, or 30k.
Might be a bit friendly with the old King Queen.
It looks like Jamie might have not turned on his microphone. I just did it for you just then.
Oh, I can hear myself. Very good. Brilliant. Amazing commentary I've been doing so far.
Yeah, very well done.
Best commentary ever.
As one of the lead TDs has joined us up here for a second, just coming in. Basically the head of the floor down here, Brian Yuen. He's unbelievable. And he's going to say cheerio and come in, pick up something from me and then just leave, just like that, in and out the door. 3-bet coming in from Jessica, 120k, 6 bigs with the King Queen. Simon Shaheen, Ace Jack, You Beauty in the big blind.
Little cold 4 coming up. Or is he just going to smooth it?
I actually wouldn't be surprised if he folds, to be honest.
Really?
But he's going to count out some chips.
That looks like calling chips.
It's raised 3-bet, and then all of a sudden you've got the Ace Jack. So Ace Jack usually not very good in this particular situation, but Simon might have a stone cold read as he does make that 4-bet to 255k or 13 bigs. So well done, Jamie. Didn't have the mic on to start, but came in clutch now.
Yeah, just waiting for this bit.
Well played.
And I wonder what Jessica's going to do here, having just been quite aggressive in a similar spot. I imagine she lays this one down, and she does.
So I guess you could say well played by Simon Shaheen there, as we did get a comment coming in on Facebook Live saying, Monkey, I think Jamie's mic is muted.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks very much for that, mate. The flaw in the system. This is funny because that mic, if you mute Monkey's mic, then you can't hear yourself. But on this one, you can hear yourself if I'm muted.
It's true.
Good.
Just a bad beat.
Yeah. Just set up for failure.
So all of a sudden we are down to 6 players in this 6 max $1,500 event.
I should say an interesting story. So last night I came down, having been talking to Monkey for a while and not seen this bag up, and saw Pickle's name. Pickle's one of the most loved industry professionals around. Absolutely hero. Obviously won Australian Poker Tour, back of house or supporting staff or something as well, and been crushing it since. Came down with her fella Matty Gin for the mixed games and saw that there was pretty decent prize pool in this. They were at the Crown, Ginny running
deep in a crown event, and
Right.
she sprinted down here with 15 minutes to go to absolutely supermax late, and here we are.
Well, you can't make that up, can you?
No, and now she's got a good little chance of some cash here. We'll be playing some mixed games later, but not a bad little start.
I mean, she's locked up 6,500 right now if she does get eliminated in 6th. So
Great way to start your series. Turn up, max late, double, triple up. Let's go.
Must be nice, yeah?
Yeah, right.
It's never happened to me before, but looking forward to that happening between now and probably 83 years of age, if I can get there. So I've got about another 42 years to run good. As we get back to the action, this is hand number 23, blinds, 10K, 20K, with a 20K big blind ante. This is day 2 during the Winter Championships live at Playlive, 129 York Street in South Melbourne on a 20-minute delay. It's a $1,500 buy-in event, 109 entries down to the final 6. That will be adjusted in the top right-hand corner of your screen shortly. Janine Dye right here has popped it up in the hijack, finds the king deuce of spades like this. Pop it up, make it 40K to go. Round 2, Wahesh. Simon Shaheen on the button. Suited connector here, Jamie Hall.
Yeah, I'm really seeing some of this six max dynamic changing straight away. A lot wider opens on this table so far. Not like a 9-handed that's gone down to 7. They're all in this sort of mindset of having that wider range. It looks like as everyone's sort of popping it up as a bet and a 3-bet a little bit wider. So that's great to see. A bit more action.
Good call. That's Jamie Hall joining myself, Josh Monk, aka Monkey, in the booth tonight, calling the 6 max until Jamie needs to go downstairs to take some photos, as Simon Shaheen here picks up the gut shot to make a straight. Can also win the pot with an 8 or a 7, but is behind at the moment to King High on a board of 6-6-10, complete rainbow. Janine here is going to come out for a little bit of a bet. He's going to bet 1.5 bigs, 30K. I'd imagine Simon Shaheen with his chip stack of 51 bigs or just over $1 million in chips. Most likely make a call, trying to spike the 9 ball to make a straight.
Just wondering if I actually make a tight fold here.
No, he's definitely calling 100% of the time. There it is. You beauty.
Good.
And off to the turn we go. Can he spike it?
9 now, isn't it?
Oh, that's a big card for him now. Picks up the flush draw on the turn as well. Now,
big card for both players. Could
Correct.
get some fireworks.
yeah, so big card on the turn. Both of them now flushing. Obviously, you can see Janine has the better flush draw with the king deuce of spades. Simon doesn't know that, of course.
Gives him more equity to fire another barrel, which he almost certainly will do.
He's going to bet quite large here. It looked like he flicked in one of those green chips. So he's going to bet 110K. Green chips here worth 100K. The orange chips are worth 25. The blues are worth 5K. Those yellow chips are worth 1K.
Shaheen actually drawing a bit thinner here than he might think with that overcards.
Shaheen here calculating how much is in the pot, what the bet size is, and whether or not he should make the call, and he does. Little does he know that his spades are dead in this particular hand. As the river card comes in, the deuce of clubs, absolute whiff for Simon Shaheen. Janine, who was in front all the way, now picks up a pair of deuces also at the river. So I'd imagine he's going to come for one more barrel and go for the triple barrel bluff, well, semi-bluff, so to speak. He bet the flop, he bet the turn. Can he go one more time here at the river and get it done?
I wonder if he's going to check. He looks a bit passive.
If he checks here, I'd imagine it opens the door for
Does.
Simon to
Just-
turn his hand into a
Just
bluff.
about body language
Yeah,
always.
I like this. Now, this opens the door for Wahesh. If he does make a bet here, I'd imagine it's probably going to get it done too, Jamie. He has called 30K on the flop and 110 on the turn. So Janine has to give him credit for a hand here.
Yeah, I think misdraws plus just having a lot more range advantage here, it wouldn't be a bad idea to be firing here a lot of the time. He's going to have a lot of overcards that have just completely missed it. But he's going to have a little bit of a think.
Yep. Flicks in one of those time bank cards. I believe you get 8 of them when you get to this feature table, Jamie.
I think that it's max of 8.
Yep.
But unless they topped up after I left, some players had a few shorter.
Yep.
So I think that it's probably +2 or +3 or something. I don't think you go straight up back to max.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
There you go. Gives
Yep.
you an extra 30 seconds to act on your hand as Simon is going to go for the bet. I love this. Going to try and take it down with 8 high. He's going to bet 280K. What a bet. Beautiful here from Simon Shaheen, putting the max pressure back on Mr. Die. And let's see if he can find the call here with the King Deuce. But I'd imagine he's going to fold, and that's an unbelievably well-played hand by Simon Shaheen.
Yeah, absolutely played perfectly. I think the hesitation there from is it Getting to be saying?
Getting, I believe. Yep.
Has just made him just look a little bit weaker than he needed to. I think if he comes out with a third barrel or maybe quick spit checker, making him look like he's trying to trap, he might get away with it. But definitely picked up well there from Shaheen.
Question coming in from Oz Monday. Is some rando on the table by themselves? Not sure what that's referring to. Maybe it might be what you can see in the back left-hand corner there. I think that's Chris Kokonos and somebody else I can't quite see.
Yeah, his mate. I don't know his name, actually. I tell you what, I was looking at Kyle Boyd, actually. Kyle, there in the dealer hot seat, is one of the absolute best dealers, not just in Australia, but actually worldwide. Deals Triton and all sorts of the absolute upper tiers. I tell you what, he's not the flairiest dealer, but his precision is just beautiful. Like, he's just almost robotic in it. Just everything is perfectly placed and nicely marked.
He's a dealer artiste. Yeah?
A dealer artiste, exactly.
Yeah. Jessica Du in the hijack picks up my favourite hand, Jack 10 clubs. Beautiful. Love that. She's going to take down the blinds. Get that one done. There's the pre-flop raise percentages.
Jessica coming is the biggest there. Love to see it. I've been curious at some of her play, and it seems like she is not afraid to get out and get some aggression going, which is almost certainly why she's had all of these deep runs. So quiet and timid at the table. Don't hear her talk too much, and when she is, she's smiling. So you generally find that aggressive line works really well when you're a bit more timid of a player. Reminds me of places like your Edwin Chews, people like that, you know. So
yeah, good call.
So visually timid, but then just so aggressive on the table. It's just a beautiful balance.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Jamie. Well said. As there's a bit of support coming in from Blair Ashton, 6744, saying, let's go Mac, 188 here, brother. And Peanut _ K91. Mac can't lose from here. Bit of a love hearts hands.
Josh Chen also on another farm table, right? He final table the 5K as well.
He did.
Yeah, so these two are getting down and dirty together and getting a bit familiar with these spots.
Yep, they've played a lot of cards together, both Josh and Jessica, so should see a little battle on the hands there between those two, I'd imagine. As the action has been folded around to the small blind here. Mackenzie, he's the gentleman on screen, sitting in seat 3. And he is going to elect to what appears to be just raise it up to, almost the structure, 55K. A little bit more than the structure, I should say, 2.8 bigs.
Just sort of peeling back a little bit more with a bit meta in this game. I do find it a bit interesting. Like Mackenzie can play some pretty wild cards and ranges. I've seen him do some really dicey stuff. In that position with that hand, I'd just expect him to just standard min or close to XC bet. I just wonder what he's thinking when he's sort of delaying there, like sizing, or is he just... I'm surprised he's not just going straight into it. I'd love to peek into the mind of what's going on while he's thinking about such, simple, standard stuff, really.
Yeah, not quite 3 bigs and more than 2. 2.8, exactly. Bit odd. Maybe be something that he's probably figured out some sort of edge. He's run it through some sort of AI calculator or whatever at home. Flop comes down. A couple of jacks and a deuce, 2 clubs. Not a very big flop for Genning here. The 10-9 needs to find a 10 ball. 9's no good because he would be out-kicked by Mackenzie. Mackenzie's just going to bet. It says 0.0 bigs, but we do know that it's 1 point something bigs because the blinds here are 10K, 20K with a 20K big blind ante. Does bet 25K and takes it down. Now, Jamie, there is some mixed game stuff going on downstairs.
Yeah, buddy. I actually haven't peeked her out. I talked to
Shannon?
Talked to Shannon. He was getting set up. He came in looking like Neo with his glasses on.
He did.
Talked about doing some slow-mo version of stuff while I flick some cards at him, so it might get a bit silly. But I haven't put around the corner since the field's been filling out. So look forward to going and seeing some of those mixed streets faces. That's where Berkey is, right?
Correct. And I think there's like 4 or 5 tables going too.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Pretty decent field going out there. That's the 10-game twist that started today at 6:15 p.m. It's a $500 buy-in for the main deck, but you can also go into the upper deck. So it's 400 plus 100 or 900 plus 100, 50K starting stacks, 60-minute levels until registration closes at 8:15 p.m. So if you're in and around the area here in South Melbourne, we've got an hour and approximately 10 minutes until registration
hold the phone.
closes.
We've got bullets from Josh Chen, and Taylor has whacked in the fours.
And Mackenzie's folded a 4 too, so
this is going to be...
have a look at Jessica Du. She picks up the ace-king in the big blind. Wow.
Oh, wow. This is going to be really interesting. I assume she's just going to ISO, having done this, already being quite aggressive.
100%. So I'd imagine she's going to jam over the top, and Josh is going to make the easiest call in the world from the hijack with the pocket rockets. What a setup hand here, Jamie Hall.
Yeah, it could be an absolutely massive pot for him, staring down the barrel of about 1.3 mil effective for all of these stacks if he does manage to hold. Assuming Jessica does flick it in, which she does exactly that. Josh will snap it off, and we're going to have a 3-way all-in. Going to be a huge pot, as I said, 1.5 mil in the middle.
Bigs. Wow.
Take him straight into the chip lead. Oh, no, sorry, just straight into second after Mackenzie, who's built up to 100. 1 out just for Pickles, assuming we haven't seen... Didn't miss another one that was folded.
She needs to find some cards to make it straight, or that 1 out 4. Jessica needs to find some kings. Here comes the flop. It comes 10, 5, 6. Absolutely no help. The aces are miles out in front, 84% equity. Here comes the turn. Brings in the 8. So a gut shot for Taylor to go along with the pocket 4s. Can she find a 7? She can't. Repeat 8 at the river. Josh Chen's going to pick up a monster pot. Huge. All of a sudden, Jessica Du, who had a pretty sizable amount of chips, all of a sudden, bang, just like that, down to 14 bigs. Taylor Pickles out in 6th, picking up 6,500 hugs from Simon Wahesh right there. Josh Chen, bang, 73 bigs, up to 1.5 million. Just like that, Jamie.
There she goes. Sorry to see her leave. Well played, Pickles. GG. And Jessica taking another hit to her stack. She's had 2 pretty good hands and not managed to get there. Gone from 60-odd bigs down to 14 in just 20 minutes or so. Pretty unfortunate for her, but she has had a little pay jump, so won't be sniffing at that one.
Yeah, it's a $1,500 buy-in, so she does pick up 6,500. Kyle, the dealer, just dealing up an absolute rod of a hand right there. Jamie, aces, ace-king, pocket 4s. Can't blame any of the players on how they played that hand. Don't mind how Jessica jammed all in to isolate. Taylor Pickles obviously had one choice to make with the pocket 4s, and Josh Chen, like he does, finds the hands in the right spots. And that time he had his aces hold up on that board. And now up to 1.5 million, Jamie.
I'm actually curious to look at some solvers for where the lines are on this. I don't do a lot of solver stuff myself, but I do spend time around some players when they do it, especially the Sweet Brothers down at Kings. They're always crushing the solvers when they find themselves in the spots. And I know that pocket pairs obviously is good jams when you are sort of circa 10, but the 4s and 5s in that position with 12, I'm really curious.
It's a jam or fold.
Yeah, I know that there are jams there, but I'm really curious at 4s, 5s, 6, 7s in that position what your percentage split of jams are or not, because I'm inclined to be a bit more passive with the small pockets myself, but I know that isn't always what some of the solvers say, but I always get nervous when I see someone shoving really small pockets in that sort of position, and I just need to educate myself a little bit more in some of that splits.
I'm just a field player. I don't worry about any of these solvers, Jamie, as you know. So for me, I would have looked down at the two-side natural 8, I should say, and thought, yep, that's probably good enough to go. And that's probably the reason, Jamie, why I don't make final tables.
Yeah, I'm like I like to keep myself educated on GTO and stuff like that because it helps inform some marginal decisions. I'm 100% a field player predominantly. Like my play is definitely not linked around GTA. But I am really curious of some of the spots, because so many of the pros obviously implement a high GTA strategy, or at least implement it into their game. So always sort of good to understand what's legit and what's not.
Like this from Jessica too. She's going to jam it all in from the small blind, put the pressure back on Ganing, who's going to fold the ace-7. So pretty good fold there. Now, in terms of events for today, just in case you've ducked or finished up work and you've gone home, taken a shower and gone, what's on here at Play Live at 129 York Street in South Melbourne? I'll tell you straight off the bat. Today at 4:15, that was approximately 3 hours ago, was the start of the Super Stack Day 1. It's a $2,000 buy-in, $1,750 plus $250 for that hospitality package. You do start with a Super Stack of $150K, 30-minute levels, $50K guaranteed, and the late registration into that bad boy is all the way into 11 o'clock. So you've got plenty of time, 3 hours and 51 minutes to be exact, right here, local time in Melbourne, Victoria. So that kicked off. And we also have, starting at 7 o'clock as of 10 minutes ago, the mini main event, which is going to have a humongous prize pool. They've got 250K guaranteed in that event, but Jamie and I both know they will absolutely destroy that. It's a $750 buy-in, 625 plus 125, 50K starting stack, 30-minute levels.
Jessica's picked up the kings here. This feels like a really classic story of getting all those monster hole cards and having them just really do you dirty, but she has at least held on that one and made a couple of extra bigs. I was worried she was going to go out on kings then.
And the late registration for that mini-main, if you want to come in here tonight on the Thursday, finishes at 11:30 p.m. That's correct, 11:30 p.m. late registration on that mini-main event Day 1A. That's going to have a huge prize pool. I'm telling you, Jamie, I wouldn't be surprised if that hits like 400.
Which one's that, sorry?
The mini-main.
Oh, the mini-main. Yeah, that's going to be massive. I'm looking forward to seeing this room buzzing. Can't wait to have just, all the crickets everywhere, all the laughs, and some of that proper action going on.
And for those people with slightly deeper pockets, on Friday the 12th, kicking off at 4:15 will be the Mammoth. It's a $3,000 buy-in, $2,700 plus $300. It's a 100K starting stack, 40-minute levels, 100K guaranteed, and late registration all the way into Day 2 as we get back to the action right here for the Six Max Day 2 Winter Championship, for the Winter Championship Series, I should say, down to the final 5. Payouts will be scrolling across the bottom of your screen. And you know what? I might take a moment here, Jamie, to thank the production crew and yourself and Matty Marshall, who originally started this stream down here at Play Live. So shout outs to Big Matty Marshall up there in Newcastle for putting on, to be fair, an unbelievably well organised and crafted production of what you're seeing at home on your screen. So W's in the chats, please, for the whole crew who made this work, and obviously the management here at Play Live who spent a good little penny to build this RFID table and all the tech that goes into this broadcast, Jamie.
Nice little booth you got here, though. It's only I've ever sat on a sofa calling the action. This is about as comfortable as I've ever been.
That's true. Usually we're tucked away in the corner there on one of the most uncomfortable chairs ever, but up here, not too bad.
I tell you what, not to put a sly on them, but Kings Newcastle comms is particularly uncomfortable. It's a bit of a sauna in there. It's always funny when you're sweating away, but they are doing huge upgrades to that entire area, so it is going to be beautiful for us next time if we find ourselves in there again. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, I'll definitely be up there with you, Jamie, because Kings Newcastle run by our great mate, Robbie Dorosky.
King Robbie.
He's absolutely the nuts.
Are you locking that one in then? Definitely coming?
Big chance. And talk about a big chance. What about Josh Chen
on
the
as
button?
If.
Aces.
Twice within, 4 or 5 hands? Correct. Must be nice.
Yeah, must be nice. Never picked them up that often, but he has picked them up again. He's going to pop it up and make it 2 bigs to go. And it looks like Mackenzie's going to come in for the 3-bet to 9 bigs with the ace-9 offsuit. Yeah. Fold from the big blind there by Ganeng. And background to Josh Chen, also known as Josh Wick. He didn't mind that nickname. He had slightly longer hair that was parted in the middle. It did look a little bit like Keanu Reeves from the John Wick movies. So the action background to him, it's going to cost him 7 bigs to call. But he does have the aces here, Jamie. I'd love to see him make the 4-bet, but It's probably weighing up how much to raise it up to here, James.
Yeah, I was just wondering what his options were.
There's the click back.
And does go for the click.
Yep. It's going to click it to 350k or 18 bigs. Mackenzie, unfortunately, I don't think can make the call to this 4-bet.
No, I don't think you're going to go out of position.
No.
Out of position any further with this one. I mean, he's blocking an ace, but even if he does manage to spike it, he's not going to be loving where this one goes. So I'll have a little think. Oh my God, has he just jammed?
And he has too, and he's been snapped
jammed.
off. Wow.
Oh my good God.
So
This is
Mackenzie,
170 big blind pot. Well, I mean, not all in, but that's crazy. 100 v 70.
yeah.
5-bet jam, ace 9 versus aces.
Wow.
I was
What a
about to say, I
huge
know
pot.
Mackenzie's aggressive, but I don't think he's going to continue. But never mind.
So I was expecting a fold. He's just ripped it back in. Josh makes the easiest call ever. The flop comes down, a couple of 3s and a 7, needing running 9s for Mackenzie. And that's not going to be it.
Wow.
So drawing absolutely dead on the turn. Josh, to be fair, Jamie, and I will say this, yeah, picks up aces against ace-king pocket 4s, gets it done there, finds aces 3 or 4 hands later, and gets one of the big stacks at the table to commit basically the majority of his chips, like say 70% of his chips in that particular pot with the ace 9. And now all of a sudden, Josh Chen, have a look at that, 2.9 million in chips up to 143 bigs with 5 players remaining.
He's gone from
Holy moly.
near triple to a double, crippled the chip leader from 100 to 30, which puts him now, in the bottom half of the table, but real middle. And Josh absolutely storming it now. Aces never hold, let alone twice in 5 hands for absolute max value. That is, that's the dream.
Well, yeah, what a dream spot for Josh Chen. Simon Waheshi, you can see, got out of his chair. He now knows that he is coming second in chips and has a very good opportunity to, potentially finish further up in the money as I'm Aussie Matt, or I'm Aussie Matty.
You know who that is, right? It's Matty Marshall.
Is that Matty Marshall? Yeah.
That is Matty Marshall.
Fine, fair enough. Matty Marshall coming in there on YouTube saying, Max Late will save you plenty, monkey. Field players equal draw 4. Yep, correct. That's 100% spot on, Matty Marshall. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I am Aussie Matty is Matty Marshall.
Same as his poker online poker handle.
Absolutely did. I've been friends with the guy for like 5 years, yeah? Never knew. Good on you, Matty.
Well, this is going to be interesting now. 3 players hovering around a similar sort of stack. Joyce Jennings and Jessica a little bit thinner. And I wonder if Josh is going to keep up this distribution, but with the aggression, he's going to certainly try and assert a bit of dominance over these 3. As they're five-handed, they have all locked up 8,400. Next pay jump to 10,800, as you see at the bottom of your screen there. And pretty big, heavy-weighted first place in this one. Not too crazy in the ICM at the moment, but going all the way up to plus 40k on that first position. So a really nice payday.
Kenzie here now picking up the ace-king. Lost like 65, 70% of his stack in the last hand. Picks up the ace-king. Can he get some of those chips back?
Kenzie's a super nice guy, and I think even after this unfortunate turnout, I imagine he's probably managing his tilt reasonably well.
Yeah, good call.
And probably just going to still play exactly as he should. I don't think he's going to be too affected, so...
Looks like he's made it 120k. I'll get confirmation about that shortly. Simon Shaheen did pop it up to the structure. The blinds have gone up to 12k, 24k, 24k big blind ante. He's made it 130k with that 3-bet to 5.4 bigs. Background to Simon Shaheen. Everybody else has folded. Let a shot. Simon want to flick in 3.4 bigs or 82k to see if he can flop a 5-ball and hit a set.
And after just speaking about these small pairs again, I was wondering if he might...
He's going to go mining here, Jamie.
Yeah, very nice.
So off to the flop we go. Can Simon Shaheen find a 5-ball into the corner pocket? Flop comes down. Ace-Jack 3. No, he can't. Have a look at this for a flop for Mackenzie. Top pair, top kicker, nut flush draw. Not much. Take it. Simon's going to check. Mackenzie has got this board absolutely locked up, something ferocious, up to 98% equity. Simon Sheen can't even find the 5 of hearts that would give Mackenzie the nut flush. So looking at just the 5 of clubs, one out essentially.
Yeah. Wonder if it might be too strong to bet, but not as far as he's concerned. He's going to continue to try and build a bit of pot, but don't see
a bet fold for sure.
Don't see Shaheen doing anything else but shoving him in the muck.
Draft 51 came in with a comment on YouTube. Talk about that in a second as the action goes back around to Simon Sheen with the pocket 5. So I'd imagine he's going to tank fold. So I might actually say this from Mr. 51 in the YouTube chat. Jackie Glazier once said to avoid small pocket pairs to me when my pocket 2s flopped trips, but big blind flopped a flush. Jackie was at my table. So looks like Simon Shaheen has made a call here. A pretty interesting call from Simon Shaheen. Here comes the turn card, brings in the Queen of Spades, and that will absolutely categorically lock this one up for Mackenzie, as he does get the check mark next to his name, and Simon almost certainly now can't compete anymore in this hand. He's going to check from under the gun, first to act on this turn card.
Yeah, interesting float. I wonder if he was thinking about maybe trying to rep the flush.
Wow, and Mackenzie's going to check it back. Sorry, Jamie.
Very nice.
Yeah, and now brings in the straight for Mackenzie. He was more likely to make a flush there than he was to make a straight, but backdoors the Queen 10 to make the nut straight. And this could be a bit of a danger card for Simo, who might try and rep this king after floating the flop with the pocket 5. So,
yeah, I think as played, he probably does have some pieces of this.
Exactly.
But it's going to be, I think it's going to be hard to get him off a hand.
The 4-liner's in for the straight, and I reckon Simon might try and turn his pocket 5s into a bluff.
You can have to go, yeah, I think you'd have to go quite big, assuming that he's putting Mackenzie on one of these broadways and likely an ace. He's probably going to have to put in a sizable bet to do it.
Well, the pot here is 394k or 16 bigs, so I'd imagine he has to bet something like 275k plus to try and get this one through, which we all know he won't be able to because Mackenzie is sitting there with the nuts.
He might just tank check. Nope.
No, he's going to go for it. And I don't blame him for going for this at all.
Yeah, and he's gone pretty big.
He's going to bet 200.
300, 75% of pot.
I said anything over 275, so I was right on the button. He does bet out 280k, 12 bigs to try and steal this one, turning his pocket 5s into a bluff.
Mackenzie with the stone colds is only ever going to try and figure out how much more he can get from this, but it will be absolutely ducky egg.
I just click this back to the structure if I'm Mackenzie, personally.
I think he did his heel on in again.
Yeah, he's just ripped it. Not a huge fan of this play personally, as Simon Sheen puts the pocket 5 straight in the bin and taps the table out of respect to Mackenzie. So Mackenzie, who lost a few chips in the hand before, Jamie, against the pocket aces of Josh Chen, now picking up a few more, up to 1.1 million or 46 bigs.
That's why I absolutely love six max. I mean, don't get me wrong, we've had some pretty decent hands battling here, but I just love the increased action. Really just like fast play, increased action, more thinking about it all. And I think that on final tables, when you get down to this sort of pay jump, when you've been playing 9-handed the whole time and you get down to sort of 6, everything sort of tightens up a little bit more as the ICM comes in. But it does seem like when you've been playing 6-handed the whole time and then in that same position come to the final table, you're just in this slightly more aggressive mood. And that does seem to be represented on some of the play, although the distribution has been quite friendly as far as some streamcasting is going. Josh again picking up some other pockets. 7's good to go for a min click up to 48k.
Good actual comment coming in from Odyssey Golf. The min rose would actually put him all in anyway, so good pick up there from Odyssey. Appreciate that. And Endgame_airline saying, isn't it illegal just to call? It is actually. Can get given a penalty there if you do have the nuts at the river. Just flatting.
I didn't actually think that min click would have got him all in, but
yeah, I think he might have had like just
a couple of hundred behind still.
Yeah, that's it. But yeah, usually if you're not raising the nuts in position, like Mackenzie would do by just flicking in a call, yes, it can be penalised or at least be given a warning. According to the updated TDA rules. if you have the nuts last to act and you decide just to call, it's sort of frowned upon, and hence the reason why TDA rules are put in place for that type of behaviour. Can look a little bit collusive too. So just to protect the integrity of the game, you can't not raise the nuts in position. Anyway, back to the action here. Jessica Du with the King Jack offsuit on the button. Rips it all in for 15 bigs. Fair enough too. Josh Chen's going to make the call with the ace.
Wakes up again.
Yeah, with the ace 10 of clubs. So Josh Chen finding the right spots and finding the cards too, Jamie.
Yeah, it's not actually as horrible as it looks, though. Jessica's still got 43%, so not quite a flip, but closer than it might look. It's going to need a little bit of help to outdraw. Josh has had all the luck, and that is going to help.
GG's.
You think it's GG's?
Yeah, needs to run.
Hold.
Needs to find the King Jack. Jessica needing to find the King Jack run out. As Josh Chen just flops the Nutter Butters there too. And obviously the run out didn't come King Jack. And that's GG's in the chat for Jessica, who, in my opinion, has been playing outstandingly here during the Winter Championships at Playlive Melbourne. There is a comment coming in from Charlie on YouTube saying, loving the larger text on the graphics. Now, I'll be honest, that was my little thing that I did with Guy Greenstein yesterday. I said, Guy, is there any chance you could make the text a little bit bigger for us to be able to call it up here in the comms? And so he has changed over the type of text and made it more bold. So good to see that Charlie approves of that.
GG's Jessica, but Josh Chen running the absolute epitome of pure here with max value for aces, and again with ace 10, just flopping pretty much dead. Amazing stuff. Must be nice. If you're going to run pure, this is the time that it really, really would be ideal.
By the way, Jamie, 4bet coming in from Odyssey Golf in the YouTube saying that he bet 280K.
Yeah.
And Mackenzie had 426. So if he did,
sorry.
So if he did click it back, he would have been all in.
Mackenzie was all in either way.
So,
sorry, I thought you meant he was putting Shaheen in.
So well played from Odyssey. Got the 4bet in, and Jamie Hall did make the fold. As we get back to the action here, Simon Shaheen, the guy we were just talking about a second ago, picks up the ace 4 of clubs on the button. As Jamie just talking to me a little bit behind the scenes here. He is on the button with the ace 4 of clubs. Going to pop it up and make it 2 bigs to go, or 48K round to Josh Chen, who has another dominated hand facing a raise, the ace 7 offsuit. Let's see what he decides to do. Up to, look at the stack, 3.3 million or 136 bigs. Wowee.
He's going to go flat, and then we're going to hit an ace, and there's going to be more Josh Chen running pure, I would imagine.
Just flopping the absolute stone cold nuts last hand too. He's picked up aces, got them both to win.
Yeah, it's gone for the 3 bet.
Flops the nuts. Yep. 3 bet. Back round to Simon Shaheen. Wahesh.
Coming along with his ace 4 suited, you think? And the oranges are 25Ks? Yeah.
Correct weight. The blues are 5Ks, the yellows are 1Ks, and the green chips that you might be able to see, not in Simon Shaheen's stack at the moment, are 100Ks. And that little card there is a time bank card giving you an extra 30 seconds to act on your hand. So he's going to flick that in and weigh up his options here at Wahesh.
Has he got 2 white chips as well? What's the chip? He's got a card protector, but then also one next to his stack as well.
Can't quite make out what that chip is, to be fair.
Is he just jammed?
I love this from Simon Shaheen.
Wow, this is just such a hyper-aggressive.
It's just such a good play, honestly.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I'm loving all of this aggression on this table. Really nice to watch. No tight nitty enough going on for the 6 max. Nothing but max pain. Perfect viewing.
That is really well played from Simon Shaheen there. Finds the ace 4, decides to put in the 4-bet jam, putting Josh into the blender with a weak ace, to which he snap folded. So perfectly timed and perfectly executed by Wahesh. This is the $1,500 6 max event, day 2, the concluding stages, down to the field of 4 players out of a field of 109. Creating a prize pool. Look at this for a prize pool, Jamie. 138,866 exactly in a 50K guaranteed event.
This is quite interesting, actually. I was just talking to Bridges about the payout structures and the player the series points and so on, and all of this stuff is, very nuanced. People have varying different opinions, and for this event and some of the play life stuff tend to be a bit more top heavy, which obviously looks good for the numbers and great if you bink the tournament. But I think it kind of does also help to loosen up a little bit of play on this final table for the stream when the item implications are smaller and the pay jumps are a bit more nominal. We're getting a bit more looser play, sort of 6-7 handed, rather than, if there's a pretty big jump, I think the implications really mean quite a lot. So I don't know if that's also bringing in a bit more willingness for aggression as well.
Yeah, I think that's a very good call, Jamie. I know that Bridges and Josh and management down here at Play Live do listen to their player feedback quite a lot, and for these particular events, for these particular buy-ins, obviously a more top-heavy payout structure is more to the liking of these particular players, and hence the reason for why that is the case, especially in this particular event. As you can see, first is $41,226, and second picking up $25,500. So about a $16,000 pay jump between second and first as we get back to the action. Mackenzie, big slick offsuit on the button. Perfect. Should be good enough to chuck in a raise here. He's going to pop it up to the structure. 48K, round to Gening. Die. In the small blind, finds the King 10 offsuit. Down to 11 bigs.
Could get this one in, I would imagine. Mackenzie's nice and loose. If he knows anything about Mackenzie, he's going to... Did he just say cool?
No, he's ripped it all in.
He has ripped.
So Machine's going to get out of the way with Queen 10 off from the big blind. That goes straight into the muck. And to Mackenzie, he's going to make a very easy call. So a lot of action here, Jamie.
Needs a 10 to stay full-handed. Otherwise, we'll be down to top 3.
Needs a 10 or some cards to make us straight here. Mackenzie miles out in front, 78% equity at the moment. You can see that in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Here comes the flop. And that's not going to help Getting very much. Needs running cards to make a straight. Here comes the turn. Brings in a 10 now. He can hit a 10 ball here at the river. Any four-side 10s? No. Repeat 3 of spades at the river. So getting die, I should say, is going to be eliminated in 4th. And Mackenzie, who took a pretty big hit before to Josh Chen, is now making his way back up that chip count.
Well, this is really good. Small stack gone out, and now we have a decent amount of big blinds in play. So we'll definitely see some good dynamics between these three. As we're having a bit of a party up in the booth, as getting joined by a few other people in and around.
So, No, go ahead, please.
I was talking about the payout structures. Did you? I don't suppose you saw the post I put out about how the player of the series points worked.
No, I don't think I saw that. Unfortunately, Jamie,
Well,
I was fixing the audio up here from a cable that was kicked out from earlier today. It appeared
by some clumsy.
Yeah, not really sure exactly what happened.
So the
have the players gone on a break here? Have they? Might need to find that out from Guy Greenstein, who is actually, you can see him actually on stream at the moment talking to Bridges. So just going to try and find out what's going on.
Or maybe an ICM, or is it an actual schedule? It's too early for a break, I think. But what we decided was happening, yes. So I asked, after getting a question, fun enough, from Matty Marshall about how the player of the series points was calculated, I asked Bridges this morning, and what he sent me was a very complex mathematical equation, as in one that you would see on Einstein's board.
Yeah.
And I laughed and said, haha, very funny. But he said, no, that is really how it is calculated.
Right.
So I had to decipher what it was, which meant a 5-minute conversation with him talking about what N and R and P represented,
right,
etc.
Okay.
And then essentially decode it in order to actually have a coherent way of explaining it. So if you check out on Facebook, I did post how it works, and the crux of it actually is actually really interesting. It's kind of a bit more flattened than a traditional player of the series points, which kind of will generally reward a little bit more some of your buy-ins, whereas the jump for the player of the series points down here at Playlive is actually a linear jump. So it would be something like +7 points for every position all the way through to the win. And that what that means is, say, first, second, and third. The sort of idea and thinking behind this is first and second have basically got come out on top of very similar proportions of the field, right? So they've beaten 99 or 98% of the field. Therefore, their points, rather than being exponential and really rewarding first, are very close together. So 1, 2, 3 will get very, very similar points, which I really like. It means that it's going to be a really close battle, and every single position really matters. It means that whoever takes down the main event isn't automatically just going to
win it.
Get this exponentially huge number.
Yep.
So it's going to really reward consistency and just those constant deep runs. So I really actually like the thinking of it. As complex as it looks, I think it will work really well.
Well said, Jamie. I have been given some information from the production team downstairs that all three players have gone off stream to potentially talk about chopping this one up. They wanted to look at some numbers, but not sure exactly what the outcome of that will be. And if that happens to be the case, we'll bring you the new adjusted numbers. If an agreement has been decided amongst all of them, but it looks like the players are returning to the feature table at the moment.
Yeah, there's just under 75k total in prize money between the top three, so quite a lot of cheddar to be splitting up.
Kaiser in the YouTube chat coming in there saying Mac has got this, don't worry about it. So a lot of support for Mackenzie, the Big Mac, or Mac Baby, as somebody put into the chat earlier.
Little shout out to Kieran Lee, who's just messaged me on Instagram to say that at least at Blackbutt she does come and run me beers to to refresh from the heat, which is not incorrect by any means. And appreciate your great work, Kieran. Thank you.
Well played.
Feels a bit early to have a beer though. I only got up about 4 hours ago.
Yeah, but it is 7:35 p.m. local time, and whilst we're about to get back to the action, really quickly, if you're in and around the area and you want to play that super stack day one that kicked off today at 4:15, it's a $2,000 buy-in, 1750 plus 250 with 150k starting stack, 30-minute levels, 50k guarantee, which will absolutely get demolished. Has late registration till 11 o'clock. As we get back to the action, Simon Shaheen's small blind picks up the ace queen off. You beauty. Let's see if he can put in a raise here.
Was there no deal, or we didn't get any details?
No details. From my understanding, they have decided to play on. So,
it's confirmed there was no deal.
yeah, confirmed no deal this
Okay.
time around. They have decided to play on. Couldn't figure out the numbers between their two. Simon Shaheen's going to limp in from the small blind instead of making the raise, and Josh Chen's going to check back his option in the big blind with the Jack 10 off. The flop comes down 5-9-7, complete Badoogie. Josh Chen picks up the gut shot and a couple of overs. Simon Shaheen out with the lead at the moment with the ace queen. He's going to check his option from the small blind. Back round to Josh Chen. And he's going to chuck in a bet. Here comes the trophy. And I'll tell you something, talking about those trophies, you almost need two hands to pick those bad boys up, Jamie.
I'm surprised Brian managed to carry it, to be honest.
Yep. Brian obviously goes to the gym 5 or 6 days a week to carry that trophy around. As we get back round to Simon Shaheen, who does make the call of 25k on this flop that was bet by Josh. Here comes the turn. Huge card for Simo. Picking up the big one on the turn, the ace of diamonds, giving him nut pair with second best kicker. He's going to check his option. Back round to Josh Chen. Needs to find an 8-ball.
Yeah, pretty wet and dynamic board. Happy to just get this one down and have some showdown value on the river.
And have a look at that for a run out. The king of clubs. No good for Josh Chen. Needed to find one of those 4 remaining 8s at the river. Didn't find it after he checked back the turn. So I'd like to see Simo try and make a bet.
Yeah, definitely a bit of value now, I think, for Shaheen.
Mm-hmm. You can also check to induce. See if Josh wants to bet this river card. That would also work.
Don't think that you're going to get bet into for a check on this board unless there is a worse ace there, but you never know.
Yeah. Josh could have been checking it behind, obviously, with like a king 10 type of a hand and could potentially bet this river card, but Simon Shaheen is going to come out and bet 60k here, or 2.5 bigs, and put the pressure on Josh to make a call with Jack 10 high or make a play. But Alex to put it into the muck.
All right. On that note, I'm going to pop off and do a couple of other bits, Monkey, but I'm really glad to have popped in for a few seconds. And
Yeah,
just
appreciate
had
that.
so much action. See all 4 players bust inside an hour. Exactly what we want. Happy days. Hope this is nice and exciting for everyone. And I'll catch up with you on the flip side.
Thank you very much, Jamie Hall. That was Jamie Hall, who brings you all of the content outside of what you can see right here on the stream, as Jamie was trying to mute my mic as he was leaving, inadvertently, obviously, trying to mute his own, but turned me off. He brings you all of the content, Jamie Hall, on the socials. So big shout out to the big man, Jamie Hall. He taught me a lot about his cameras and lenses and what's required to actually get those photos together. And I couldn't believe how much money is spent on cameras and photography stuff. Nonetheless, let's get back to the concluding stages of this Six Max event, down to the final 3 players, Josh Chen, Simon Shaheen and Mackenzie. Looks like there's going to be a raise from Simon Shaheen and no action, so he's just going to pick up the blinds there. He was on the button. Blinds here, 12K, 24K with a 24K big blind ante. They're the payouts for the players who came in 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. That's Iraqi Nick in the back there, having a conversation with, it looks like, Howie on that outer table. Almost certainly is the case. Nicky's been around the game for a very long time. He's trying to run deep in a few of these events down at Playlive. So it looks like there has been a raise from Simon Shaheen from the small blind to 2.5 bigs or 60K. Mackenzie did elect to make the call for 1.5 bigs or 36K. Mackenzie's going to, it's going to go check on the flop that came down, Queen 5, 8. It's going to go check from Mackenzie. Back round to Simon Shaheen, who I believe is actually on the button. So take out of consideration what it says there at the bottom where it says small blind. He's actually on the button here. So check from Mackenzie, who is definitely in the small blind. So a little bit of a mistake in the graphics at the bottom left-hand corner. So Mackenzie's actually in the small blind and Simon Shaheen is on the button. And Simon's going to bet from the button, 105K or 4.4 bigs, straight into Mackenzie, who did flop a pair of 8s, but now has been outdrawn on the turn. That brought in the ace of clubs. 2 aces on the turn in 2 hands for Simo. Mackenzie's going to make the call, needing to find an 8 or a 9 at the river. 5 outs. Let's go. And the river brings in the 4, giving Simon Shaheen 2 pair too. Was already in front, but he's going to be pretty happy with this particular card. Picking up now 2 pairs. Essentially beating all ace X hands that don't have a queen 8-5 in them. 4 also brings in the straight with a 6-7 and also brings in the straight to the wheel with the 3-2, but those hands you can probably safely say aren't in the ranges of these 2 players. Simo's going to come out and have a bet after Mackenzie checked it back to him on the river here. So he's going to bet out 125K or 5.2 bigs. And can Mackenzie find the fold, or will he give Simon Shaheen an extra 125K in chips? Let's find out. Stefan making a comment on Facebook Live saying the trophy's bigger than Brian Nguyen. It's a pretty healthy trophy, very heavy too, and good to have up on the mantelpiece at home. As Mackenzie doesn't believe Simon Shaheen is going to make the payoff of 125K. See the bad news that his 8s are no good on this particular board. So Mackenzie's going to lose 5.2 bigs there, and Simon Shaheen picks up a few more chips. Big chance. They're the payouts right there. 41,226, 25,500 and 15,800 for third. They did go off stream for a few minutes to talk about doing a deal. However, we have been told by production that no deal has been made. So they're going to play on. Also tonight, for those people who want to come in and play some cards at Playlive Melbourne, 129 York Street in South Melbourne, we do have the mini main event, Day 1A. It kicked off today at 7 p.m, approximately 43 minutes ago. It's a $750 buy-in, which is $625 plus $125, 50K starting stack, 30-minute levels, $250,000 guarantee. Late registration for that particular event concludes tonight at 11:30 p.m. So you've still got plenty of time to go home, see the family, have some food, grab a massage if you need, and then come straight in here and jump into the mini main event, Day 1A. Tyler in YouTube saying, is there any deals? The players did walk off the stream approximately 5 to 10 minutes ago to discuss a deal. However, I have been told from production no deals were made. So they're going to play on for the time being. Simon Shaheen in the small blind finds the Jack 8. Mackenzie on the button folded the Jack Deuce. Simon Shaheen's just going to limp in, it looks like, with the Jack 8 off. Josh Chen has found the 8-4 of hearts. Very likely he's going to check back his option, which he does. So off to the flop. Here we go. And the flop comes down. King, Queen, 8. So both of them do flop bottom pair here. Simon out with the lead with his kicker of the Jack of diamonds. He's going to check from the small blind. Josh Chen actually might bet into this, considering he has picked up bottom pair. Little does he know that he is behind, but he does check it back. Well played. Here comes the turn. Brings in the 7 of diamonds. No help to Josh. Now needs to find a 4 to take this one away, or there's obviously chopportunities. You can see at the top part of your screen. Simon Shaheen's going to come out and bet 50K, 2.1 bigs like this bet from Simon. Josh Chen is going to come along. Three of spades peels off, and believe it or not, Simo actually has the best hand here. Pair of 8s with a King, Queen, Jack. Beating that of Josh Chen's pair of 8s, King, Queen, 8. King, Queen, 7, I should say. Simo is going to check. No, thank you. Jamie. Thank you. And he's going to take it down, Josh. Deciding not to continue, it looks like, and does fold. There you go. Michael's out there on the rail. A little bit of a rail actually behind Mackenzie too. I know that Chris Kokonos is on that rail. Chris Armour in YouTube coming in saying he wants to see Josh Chen get it done. I won't use any profanity on the stream, but wanting Josh Wick, also known as Josh Chen, to take this bad boy down. Now, if you've got any questions, comments, queries, or concerns, feedback, whatever, chuck them into the chats, and I'll try and get you the answers to them. Getting back to it. Chris Armour's friend here, I'd imagine, Josh Chen, in the small blind. Unfortunately, hasn't found the RFID reader at the moment. Looks like he's going to limp in. And does. Back round to Mackenzie. Finding the Jack 4 offsuit. Chris Armour saying it's about time Josh got aces again, isn't it? Yeah, he's already had them twice. Hasn't had them for the last 10 hands, so he's probably due them. There's Mackenzie going to make a play against Josh here. And it looks like he will. He's going to pop it up and make it 76K to go, or 3.2 bigs. Back round to Josh. Unfortunately, we can't see his cards on the RFID reader. for the time being. Maybe we might be able to get them sometime during this particular hand. If not, it'll be an unknown hand. Sometimes we do have issues with the reader on the table talking to the computer, as Josh does make the call. So maybe play this hand at home if you are Josh Chen. Here comes the flop. Comes King 10-4. Mackenzie picking up bottom pair. And the jack board to go along with it to potentially hit some backdoor cards to make a straight. Josh will check his option from the small blind. Thank you very much, Jamie Hall. Appreciate that. Mackenzie's going to bet his bottom pair. He was the pre-flop aggressor, so I like this bet from Mackenzie. Going to continue his story. Back round to JC. He's going to come along. Right. So he could have a little bit of a pot brewing at the moment. Pot is 10 bigs, 244K. Turn card brings in the 5 of clubs, bringing down the backdoor clubs draw. JC is going to check again. Back to Big Mac, who's going to check back. On the turn, here comes the river, brings in the ace of clubs. Pretty big card. Backdoor clubs now get in. The backdoor straight comes in on both ends. Top end with the queen jack, but also bottom end with the 3 deuce, the wheel. So pretty action generated card that at the river, the ace of clubs. This might give Josh some poise to try and bet into this. He does elect to make one more check. And I'd imagine Mackenzie will check this one back and just take his equity to showdown. Or not. He's going to fire a barrel at the river here of 150K, 6.3 bigs, and put the pressure back on Josh to make a call. Not sure if I'm a huge fan of this particular bet from Mac, but could get it done. Josh, he does make the fold, so good bet in the end for Mackenzie, regardless of what Josh did have. Takes down the pot, adds an extra 110K into his particular chip stack, so now up to 45 bigs. Actually, it could be a fraction more than 45 bigs just after taking down that pot. So just waiting for the graphics to catch up a little bit. So there was a raise from Josh Chen here on the button with the King 10 offsuit has been called from Mackenzie in the small blind with the Jack 10 suited. The flop comes down ace 8-7, 2 spades. So Mackenzie picking up a gut shot to make the straight flush, but also has the flush draw. Josh Chen has not much of this particular board, but will continue his story in position and on the button. Has elected to bet out 1.9 bigs or 46K. Back round to Mackenzie. Juddy Mark in the chat. I have alerted Bridges to your request, and he is looking at it as we speak. Mackenzie going to make a pretty easy call with a gut shot to make the straight flush. So off to the turn, can he find it? The 9 of spades. I haven't seen a straight flush yet, I don't think. The Jack of diamonds, big card for Mackenzie, now picking up a pair to go along with that straight and flush draw. Josh Chen needing to find a 9, king or a queen at the river. 8 outs, as you can see, top right-hand corner. Mac is going to check and see if Josh is going to be enticed to make another barrel bet on the turn. No problem, Juddy Mark. And he is going to chuck out what appears to be 200K. Those green chips are worth 100K each. So I believe the bet is 200K, and it is 8.3 bigs. So action back around to Mackenzie, who's picked up second best pair, still has the flush draw in spades, plus a gut shot now to make a straight. Tell you what, a 9 would be interesting card at the river. They would chop it up, both making the straight to the jack. Anyway, bet call, river card, queen. Have a look at that run out for Josh Chen. Wowee. Absolutely runs jack queen offsuit, and Josh Chen making the stone cold nuts with the king 10, who was in front pre-flop, behind on the turn, but then spiking the queen of hearts. What a card. Josh Chen making the stone cold nuts here, despite the fact that Mackenzie had a billion outs, including the 9 of spades to complete a straight flush. Going down now at the river. Josh Chen with the check mark next to his name. Pot here, 640K, 27 bigs. And Josh is going to come out with a pretty sizable bet. He's essentially going to bet the pot. Love this bet from Josh. Full polarizing his range. Either I have it or I don't. Action background to you, Mac. Tony Wong coming in saying that's sick. I would agree. Unbelievable run out for Josh Chen here. Finding backdoor nuts with the jack of diamonds on the turn and the queen of hearts. Sure. And Mac rightfully so chucking in a few of those time banks. He's going to take a minute or so to make a decision on his hand here. Did flop. A flush draw with a gut shot. Turned second best pair. Still with a flush draw and a gut shot. And now the river brought in the queen of hearts, facing a full pot size bet from Josh Chen, who barreled the flop, barreled the turn, and now has barreled the river backdooring into the nuts. Very interesting spot for Mackenzie, to be fair. So I don't blame him for taking some time here to figure out what to do. If he does make the call here, Mackenzie, and obviously loses, he'll be down to 10 bigs. So it's going to cost him roughly 70% of his stack to call. And we have been told from production that after this particular hand, the players will be going on a 15-minute break. So it might be a good time to grab yourself a coffee or tea, popcorn, maybe a glass of vino, and settle in for the evening if you're not coming down here to Play Live, to play one of the events. Look at Mackenzie. You got a feel for him. Picked up an absolute monster, found it even bigger on the turn. Looks like he might be putting the cards, and he makes a call. So Mackenzie does make the call there with the Jack 10 of spades in the end. He's going to see the bad news. Josh Chen making the nuts at the river. Mackenzie all of a sudden down to 10 bigs. Couldn't figure that one out. Flicks in the call. No good. Josh Chen, who was semi-bluffing on the turn, gets there with the queen of hearts and gets the full payoff too. Wowee, what a card at the river for Josh Chen. Taking down a monster pot there. worth 81 bigs. And we'll be going on a break for approximately 15 minutes and coming back shortly. So stick by us as we're going to call out the remainder of this Six Max Day 2 right here at Playlive Melbourne, 129 York Street. We'll see you in 15. So welcome back here to Playlive Melbourne, 129 York Street in South Melbourne. You're watching the concluding stages of the $1,500 Six-Max event. Simon Sheen picking up the ace-8, not going to call off his stack with that particular hand. Mackenzie taking a big hit in the last hand. Some comments coming in on YouTube and on Twitch pertaining to that particular hand. He did flop a gut shot to make the straight flush on a board of ace, 7, 8, 2 spades. Found the jack of diamonds on the turn, did take the lead away from Josh Chen, who was semi-bluffing on the turn with that gut shot to make the nut straight. It came in absolutely on cue for him, the Queen of Hearts at the river. Bet the full pot. Josh Chen did, and unfortunately for Mackenzie, he did find the call with third best pair in the busted straight draw. Jack of spades in his hand makes it the 10 in his hand made it a little bit more difficult for him to find the fold because it did block the King 10 straight, which was a possibility, and that's exactly what Josh Chen had. So he took down an absolute monster. As you can see, Josh Chen now up to 162 bigs or 3.9 million in chips. Simon Shaheen, 55 bigs, 1.3. And Mackenzie, the Big Mac Daddy, as they called him earlier today in the chat, is sub 10. Down to 9.7 bigs or 232K. Kyle going to get out of the dealer's chair and they're going to bring Shano in. There's Winston Tan on the rail. Jamie Hall back there and Brian Yuen. Gerard Kirk coming in on YouTube saying, go Simon 400. So a bit of support for Wahesh, Simon Shaheen. He was actually my pick of the yard when there was still 12 left to go. There was a little bit of bias, I have to admit. He's a good friend of mine. We'd like to complain together about poker. So, whilst I have to call the action here with an unbiased, independent view, I would like to see Simon Shaheen maybe take this bad boy down for, 41 lacquer up top, give or take, with some change. There it is, $41,226. The rest of the payouts at the bottom of your screen, $25,500 for second and $15,800 for third. As we get back round to it, Josh Chen can't find the RFID reader. Mackenzie finds the King Jack offsuit in the small blind. Going to whack it. Can Simon Shaheen find a hand? And he can't. He's going to pick up his chips and flick them over with the Queen 5 offsuit. Bam CHZ coming in on Twitch saying nothing better than packing for a World Cup trip with the poker in the background. Geez, must be nice, Bam. Where are you heading? Is it, I know it's been played, I believe, in North America and I think it's the USA, Canada and Mexico, I believe. So where are you heading? Would love to know. Kasaya coming in there saying not sure about that Macca with the call with the Jack 10. He was blocking the straight with a 10 in his hand. Did pick up second best pair on the turn. Unfortunately for him, did get cooled, I would say, in that particular hand as he picks up now ace-jack offsuit on the button. Good enough to rip it all in for 9.3 bigs. Blinds here, 15K, 30K with a 30K big blind ante. Round to Simon Shaheen on screen at the moment. Can he find a hand in the small blind? You can see Mackenzie actually has basically put in his entire stack with the exception of one chip. That chip being a 5K chip or 0.2 of a big. And Simon Shaheen here with a suited ace, ace 3 of hearts. Contemplating making the call for 10 bigs. 8.7 to be exact. He's going to flick it into the muck. Josh Chen's going to get out of the way with the natural 9 for the Baccarat players at home. 3 side, no side, 6-3 off. Now, for those people who were wondering what is going on upstairs here at Play Live, I did take a photo no more than a few minutes ago, just before we went back on stream. The mini main event day 1A, as of probably 15 minutes ago, has seen 76 entries into that particular event. There's 66 remaining. They are on level 3. Prize pool, obviously, at the moment is still 250K, which is guaranteed. Average stack there is 57,557. And you've still got 3 hours and 19 minutes to get into that bad boy. Registration will be closing in that particular event tonight at 11:30 local time. As Simon Sheen's going to fold the Queen 6 on the button round to Josh Chen. Unknown hand, can't find the RFID reader to save his life, is going to actually fold from the small blind face up. And Mackenzie's going to get a walk. Bam saying he's heading over to LA for 3 weeks. Then depending on what happens during the trip, it will depend on where else he goes. Are you going to play some cards, Bam, or what's the plan there? Just hanging out with some friends and watching the soccer? Or football, as they like to call it in Europe. This is the $1,500 buy-in, the 6 Max. Field 109 entries into this, creating a prize pool of $138,866. First prize being $41,226. $25,500 for the second place finisher and $15,800 for third. Josh Chen picking up the 8-6 off. Got a huge chip lead at the moment, 126 bigs. 3.8 million is going to raise it to the structure to 60K. And Mackenzie in the small blind finds another ace, this time the ace 10 off. He's going to 3-bet it to 300K, leaving himself with a couple of chips behind, and that will get that one done. Ali Mustafa coming in saying, we'll be there tomorrow, Monkey, for that event. See you there. That event being the mini main. And maybe do a special appearance in the commentary box with you. There we go. See if I can get you in, Ali. The big man himself follows the tours around and also follows a lot of the action down here at Playlive. So hopefully maybe tomorrow, Ali, I can have you in here. I believe tomorrow, what are we calling tomorrow? We are calling the Super Stack Day 2. And I believe that that's going to be live on a 20-minute delay starting at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. That play will commence again tomorrow at 2:10, which means we'll be on roughly between 2:30 and 2:35 for the players who are bagging up in that event today as we get back to the action. Small blind, big blind battle. Simon Shaheen limps in, finds the 10-5 of spades. Josh Chen finds the unsuited ace in the big blind. I'd imagine Josh Chen's going to come in for a raise. Those chips, in terms of denominations, the greens are worth 100, the orange are worth 25K, and the blues are worth 5K. And it does look like he's flicked it up to 105K, 3.5 bigs. Action back round to Simo. Suited 10. Right, so we have been told from production, just so you know, that the 3 of clubs specifically in this particular deck is having some difficulty communicating with the software downstairs. So there might be some blind hands that actually include the 3 of clubs. And hopefully we'll have that rectified shortly. I'll ask Guy Greenstone downstairs if they are going to rescan that card or replace the card. But for the time being, the 3 of clubs causing a little bit of an issue with some of the whole card readers. Hence the reason for why some of the time the hands, the whole cards of the players are not being shown on the reader because it's not scanning correctly. Specifically, the 3 of clubs. Get round to Simon Shaheen, button, 10-7 suited. Daniel Negreanu's favourite hand, the 10-7 suited. I believe it's in diamonds. I'm not sure if it's in hearts. He's going to fold round to Josh Chen, who took down an absolute monster before from Big Mac, Mackenzie, Alford, with the King 10 before against the Jack 10 of spades. It's going to cost him 0.5 of a big to limp in from the small blind, but I imagine he's going to put in a raise, which he does. He puts the maximum pressure on Mackenzie, jamming it all in. Mackenzie doesn't call. So Josh Chen just picking up the big blind and the big blind ante there. So a little bit of a talk about what's going on. At 4:15 today, the Super Stack Day 1 kicked off. It's a $2,000 buy-in, $1,750 plus $250, $150K starting stack, 30-minute levels, a $50K guarantee. Don't worry about that. That will get absolutely destroyed. Late registration goes all the way through until 11 o'clock, so you've got about 2 hours and 45 minutes to get into that particular super stack, which will also be live on stream tomorrow from 2:30, between 2:30 and 2:35 tomorrow. So if you're lucky enough to be in that event, you might have an opportunity to play on the feature and final table that you can see at the moment that we're commentating on. This is the Six Max Day 2 during the Winter Championships right here at Playlive Melbourne, 129 York Street in South Melbourne. Josh Chen's going to pop it up with a 10-7 off on the button. Round to Mackenzie, finds the unsuited ace, the ace-5 offsuit. It looks like he's going to make a very similar play like he's done a few times before. He did it with the ace-jack, did it with the ace-10, going to do it again, put the 3-bet in, leaving himself with a few chips behind. Josh is not going to contend with 10 high. The other events that are going on at the moment, what time is it? 8:23 p.m. So the 10-game twist that was brought to you by MGA, the Mixed Games Academy, and Shannon Vanderberg. The late registration on that particular event has closed, but that it is a 10-game mixed game down there being run by Shannon Vanderberg of Mixed Games Academy. If you like playing more than 2 cards down here at Play Live, I strongly suggest you jump onto Facebook and look up Mixed Games Academy and like and follow his page, and or jump onto playlive.melbourne or even the Play Live Facebook page, and you can see any of the highlighted games in blue, which are all the mixed game stuff. That kicked off at 6:15. I haven't got any data about that, unfortunately, for the time being. As Mackenzie on the button finds the Queen 10 suited in the spades. Simon Sheen, the small blind, finds the 9-4 suited in diamonds. He's going to put that into the mark. Back around to Josh Chen, who's had a ton of luck with this particular hand. The King 10 off, taking a monster away from Mackenzie and could potentially finish the job here. 70% of equity. He's going to flick in one of those time bank cards to give him an extra 30 seconds to act on his hand. Contemplating how to navigate the King 10 off. Does flick in the call. So off to the flop we go. Can Mackenzie get a little bit of payback on Josh here? Flop comes down humongous for Mackenzie again. Picks up the gut shot to make the straight and the flush outs on a board of Jack 8-3, 2 spades. So funnily enough, it's very similar actually to the hand that happened just before. Looks like Josh Chen has checked back round to Mackenzie. He's going to bet out 50k. Those orange chips are worth 25k each. Unbelievably similar, this hand, to the hand before with the Jack 10 of spades. Can Josh Chen do it one more time and find a Queen Ace run out to make the backdoor nuts? Needs to come without a spade, however. Unless, of course, it comes spade, spade. The turn card brings in the 5 of clubs. Josh Chen still out in the lead at the moment with King high. He's going to check again. I'd like to see Mac make another bet on the turn. Pot here, 265k. I'd like him to bet something like maybe 150 plus. Still got a ton of equity to hit in this particular hand, but I'd imagine he would like to have a bet and a fold from Josh and just take down this relatively sizable pot comparatively to his chip stack. There's 8.8 bigs in there. He's got 15 bigs remaining, so does flick in one of those time bank cards, contemplating what to do on the turn. He can also take his equity in this hand to the river if he decides to check it back and find one of those 13 outs. You can see at the top part of your screen, all the spades plus the 9s plus the queens. And I love this. Beautiful. Excellently executed by Big Mac here. He's going to bet what looks to be 150k, 175. So right on cue by me. I said anything over 150k would be good. So he's going to bet 175, and Josh is going to put it into the muck. Well played from Mackenzie there. Now up to 24 bigs or 705k. They're all trying to chase down Josh Chen, also known as Josh Wick. He's up there at the top at the moment with 3.7 million in chips. Bam saying he's going to hang out with some mates, go to some games, and if he gets time to go to one of those Indian casinos where they play no dice craps. They use the cards for craps. I've never seen that before. Right, I might have to look that up on the YouTube. So no dice craps. Okay. Tell you something. If I don't mind, I should say, playing a bit of Baccarat, but if I had a choice of playing any casino game, playing craps is my all-time favourite. And unfortunately, we don't get much action down here in terms of craps at Crown Casino. I haven't seen the table up and going for probably a good part of 5 years. So hopefully they bring that back. That is just absolutely awesome to play. And relatively cheap comparatively to the other games. As we see Simon Sheen on the button pop it up with the King 10 of clubs, but it doesn't look like he's going to get any action. Flicks the cards, I believe, face up. So I'm going to pose a question to everybody in the chat. Who are we rooting for here to take down this Six Max event? Show us some love in the chat. Who are we going for? Josh, Mackenzie, Simo. I'd like to know your thoughts, so just chuck them in there. I am calling the action tonight solo. Adam Burke is playing the 10-game split downstairs. And some other people I've asked to come up and help me out in chat are actually playing in events, inclusive of that mini main. Day one of the mini main did kick off today at 7 p.m. It's a $750 buy-in, $625 plus $125 for that hospitality package, $50K starting stack, 30-minute levels, and the guarantee on that event is $250K. Late registration all the way until 11:30 p.m. tonight. So you've got plenty of time to come down to Playlive and play in that event. Approximately 3 more hours before late registration for tonight's play in that event concludes. Mackenzie's going to whack from the small blind the ace-9 offsuit for 22 bigs or 645K. Josh Chen on the button finds the suited King 10. Now, I'll tell you something. He's picked up King 10, I reckon, since we've come back from the break, maybe 4 times. Obviously not suited every time, but the cards being a king and a 10 have popped into his hand quite a lot. Spud coming in there saying Wahesh, Jim's underscore fishing, saying Shane. So he's obviously going for the dealer. Peanut is going for Kiwi. Trying to figure out who Kiwi is. I'm assuming Kiwi is probably Josh Chen. And Kasaya coming in saying Macca. Gerard Kirk coming in there saying Shaheen because he's buying lunch tomorrow at work. So that's actually pretty funny. So if Shaheen takes this bad boy down, well, unfortunately for him, he's going to be stuck a lunch meal. And I'd imagine it won't be just for you, Gerard. I'd imagine it's probably going to be for everybody in that team. And rightfully so if he takes it down for 41 lacquer. Endgame underscore airlines coming in saying Kiwi is the New Zealander, but I'm not sure which one is. Don't know enough about Mackenzie to be fair. I know that Simon's from here. Josh Chen could be. Thanks underscore bra saying good luck Shaheen. Great bloke. I totally agree. Good friend of mine. As we see a limp in from Simon Shaheen with the King 4 off. Check back from the big blind of Josh Chen with the Queen 6. The flop comes down King 5-5. So pretty decent flop for Simon Shaheen lovers. Picking up top pair on this particular board. Josh Chen has 1% equity. Needs to find some running cards to improve. He's going to check it back. Turn card brings in the 5. So that's absolutely GG's essentially for Josh in this particular hand. They can potentially chop this up if the 5 of diamonds peels off at the river. They would be playing the board each. Hence the reason for 1 out for Josh. 4 of a kind 5s using the king on the board. River does not come the 5 of diamonds. It comes the deuce of hearts. So check mark next to Simon Shaheen at the moment in this hand. Pot's only 3 bigs, 90K. Like to see Simon Shaheen come out for a very small bet here. Bet 25K or something like that, maybe a bit more. Yep, 30K, love it. Josh Chen could almost look this up with second nut, no pair. And he will. He's going to look it up with the queen. Going to see the bad news? Simo has made that full house on the turn, had him beat all the way. Right, so the Kiwi I've just been told is Mackenzie. Okay, good to know. Thank you very much for that. So some people in the chat obviously going for a Big Mac or Mac Daddy. Mackenzie Orford from New Zealand, playing down here at Playlive in Victoria. So Bam CHZ coming in. So with craps, this no dice craps, cards have a number on them between 1 and 6. They send the deck out to you. You cut the deck. They flip 2 cards, and that's the dice roll. Never heard of it before in my life. Wouldn't mind looking that up, to be fair. Sounds ridiculous, and that's right up my Kirsty alley. As you see, Simon Shaheen on the button here, picking up a monster 3-handed, the ace-queen of clubs. It's going to cost him 1 big to call, but he won't be calling on the button in position. He'll be making a raise for sure with the ace-queen of clubs. And it looks like he's going to pop it up and make it 2 bigs to go, or 60K. The blinds here are 15K, 30K with a 30K big blind ante. Josh is going to get out of the way with a 9-6 off suited in spades, and Mackenzie can't compete there with the 5 deuce off in the big blind. So Simo just picking up the blinds with that monster. Tell you what, I'll do a giveaway considering I've got a very good question that's just come to mind right now. And I'll give you any piece of merchandise down here at the Playlive. Actually, what? You know what? I might even step it up a game. Let's have a look at what we're looking at here. Any main. You know what? I'll pay a hospitality package worth $125 into the mini main that you can play either tonight, tomorrow, Saturday, or Saturday, for the question I'm about to give you in a moment. It does pertain to one of the players at the feature and final table of the Six Max, and the first person to get it right in the chats, I will pay the hospitality package to the mini main. It's not convertible into T dollars, must be used to jump into the mini main, and I'll just chuck that hospitality package straight into your account. So stand by if you're in the chats. As Mackenzie here in the small blind is going to pop it up and make it 3 bigs to go with the Queen 5 offsuit. Simon Shaheen's going to whack it right back in his face. Mackenzie can't call. All right, so here's the question. It's a good question too. Simon Shaheen, who's sitting at this feature and final table right there, pushing his cards in. Who does he barrack for in the NBA? That's the question. If you get it right, the first person to get it correct, I'll pay their hospitality package into the mini main event worth $125. Spud coming in saying Cavs. Cavs is incorrect. Braden Jinx, good on you, pal. Good friends with Simon Shaheen. Gonna scoop this one. OKC is correct. Well done, Jinxie. I'll go down there at the next break or at the conclusion of this particular event and chuck $125 in your account. Well done. The big man, Braden, who was actually playing in, I believe, in this particular event, but got busted earlier before making this feature and final table. So Braden Jinx, good on you, pal. Sucked out and got an extra $125 out of me like he usually does. So Braden Jinx, the winner there on YouTube. Braden Jinx asking to hand over the package now. Well, you know where I am, Braden. So if you want, you can come upstairs and I'll just ship it over if you really want. Yep. He bubbled the final table. I'll take the 125. Of course you will. So Jinxie getting it done. Come upstairs, mate, if you want, and I'll hand you over 125 cold ones out of my back pocket. Might even be able to get you up here in the comp booth if you're not playing. Jinxie. Simon Shaheen on the button with the 5-4, the natural. Offsuit, going to put it into the mark. Josh Chen finds the 7-5 offsuit in the small blind. It's got 113 bigs or 3.4 million. Found aces twice, got them both to hold, and then backdoored into the nut straight with the king 10 before against this guy right on screen, Mackenzie, the Kiwi. Josh is going to limp in from the small blind. Back round to Mackenzie. Got 21 bigs now, 630K in his stack. Finds the unsuited ace, the ace 3 offsuit. I'm going to flick in the check. Have a look at this flop for Josh. Nuts. Absolutely flops the nuts. As Kasaya saying, that's a terrible question. You literally asked his mates. Or to be fair, Simon Shaheen does wear his OKC jersey quite a lot down here at Play Live and has been on stream numerous times before wearing it. So he is usually wrapped up in that attire. So I think it's fair game for anybody who's been around Simon Shaheen and down here at Play Live. But I'll tell you what, if Simon Shaheen does make it heads up in this particular battle, I'll pick another question just for you. Kasaya, a more fair question for everybody. How does that sound? MSP coming into the chat. She picked KFC as the NBA team. I don't know any team called KFC, but don't mind their wicked wings. To be fair, as we get back to the action, JC, the Doyle Brunson, in the bin, on the button, not good enough. But this is the ace-jack of clubs in the small blind. For Mac, it's going to cost him 0.5 of a big blind to call from the small blind, but I'd imagine he's going to apply some pressure onto Simo. And there it is. It's going to pop it up. And make it 90K to go. 3 bigs. Simon Shaheen peeled those cards up, Baccarat styles, and found the natural 2, the Queen 8 offsuit. It's going to cost him 2 bigs to go. I'd imagine he's probably going to defend with the Queen 8. And does. And off to the flop he goes. So it's ace-jack versus the Queen 8. Here comes the flop. Here comes a couple of clubs. 7-3 deuce. So Mackenzie picking up the nut flush draw on 2 overs. Simo in a world of hurt at the moment, down to 15% equity. Needs to find a Queen or an 8. Obviously the 8 of clubs no help to him, as it would give Mackenzie the nut flush. Mackie here absolutely smacking this board. 2 overs in the nut flush draw. He's going to come out with a very small bet. Looks like he's going to bet 55K. Those orange chips are worth 25K. The blues are worth 5K. The action should be back around on Simo. There is the bet, 55K, 1.8 bigs. Simo with nothing more than Queen high on this board. It has elected to float, it looks like. So he's got to peel one off and see if he can find one of those 5 remaining outs in the deck to help him. The ace of hearts on the turn, making it even bigger for Mackenzie. He's now locked this up. There's not a card in this deck or any other decks that Simo can find at the river to win this hand. Check mark next to Mackenzie's name. Picking Picking up top pair, third best kicker. He also has the nut flush draw. So bit of a GG's for Simo here. So I'd imagine Mackenzie will probably fire another barrel on the turn as he collects some chips and does so. And Simo almost certainly will find the muck with the Queen 8. And does find the fold with the Queen 8. They are the chip counts on the screen. JC miles out in front, 116 bigs, 3.5 mil. Simo trying to chase him down with 1.2 million in his chip stack. And Mackenzie, who had one of his legs cut out no more than about 15 hands ago from Josh Chen, is trying to make his way back up that chip ladder. Juddy Mark, if you are listening in, I believe that Bridges has posted a comment in the Facebook Live chat. So if you're listening at home on your TV and you don't have your phone up watching the chat, he has asked you a question. What email did you reach out to, Juddy? Simon Shaheen in the small blind picks up the Jack 4 off. Does he want to apply some pressure to the chip leader, Josh Chen? Doesn't. Elects just to limp in. Round to Josh in the big blind. Finds the 3-side, no side for the back row players, suited. Also known as the 6 of clubs and the deuce of clubs. And is Josh going to play back here at Simo, or is he going to just check back? Looks like he's going to go reaching for some chips, and he does. He's going to chuck in a raise here to 100K, and Simo's going to get out of the way with the Jack 4. So for those people who are just tuning in, this is the concluding stages of the Six Max, which started yesterday at 4:15. The qualifiers for this particular event, who bagged and tagged last night, came back to compete for $41,000 and change. There was 109 entries into this particular event. We are down to the final 3. Simon Shaheen, Mackenzie Orford, and Josh Chen battling it out for the top prize here of $41,000. Now, they did walk off stream approximately an hour ago to discuss a deal, but from what we've been told from production downstairs, no deal was made. So they're going to play for all the chocolates right here at the moment. This event was a $1,500 buy-in, creating a massive prize pool. The guarantee on this event was only 50K, and I believe that they 3x'd it. I think they got 174, give or take, thousand in this particular event. It should be scrolling at the bottom of your screen shortly. They're basically playing for what they guaranteed this event to be up top with 41,000 as Simon Shaheen makes a raise to 2 bigs or 60K with the ace-8 offsuit. Mackenzie's going to play back at him from the big blind. I believe that actually... No, that's correct. So he's going to 3-bet it to 190K or 6.3 bigs. Josh Chen got out of the way in the small. So action back round to Simo. He's going to make a call with the best hand. Off to the flop we go. Pretty decent flop here for Simo. Mackenzie not picking much up except for backdoor spade potential. The ace-8 still out in front, 73% equity. Let's see what Mackenzie wants to do on this particular flop. He was the pre-flop 3-bet aggressor. So I'd imagine he's going to make a C-bet into this flop of Jack 7-3. And it looks like he's going to bet the min, one big. As the camera's going back and forth like a tennis match. And he is. He's got to bet 30K, one big. Pretty easy call for Simo. He's got backdoor cards to make a straight with that 8 in his hand. And also has the best hand at the moment with the natural. Turn card, Queen of Clubs, no help to either player. Simon Shaheen increases his equity lead, now up to 86%. Is Mackenzie going to shut down here, or will he fire one more barrel on the turn? This card should be hitting Mackenzie's range. 3-betting range quite a lot, so I'd imagine that he will come out with another barrel on the turn, but doesn't. Elects to shut down and check it, which opens the door for Simon Shaheen to try and take this pot away from Mackenzie. Mackenzie needs to find a 4 at the river if it gets there to scoop this pot. Otherwise, he can hit a 7 or a 3 to chop it up. And every other card in the deck Simon Shaheen has. So someone's got to make a bet there at the river and get it done. So open the door for Simo to make a bluff at it and got it done. So Simo all of a sudden up to 47 bigs, 1.4 mil. They are all chasing Josh Chen, who has 3.5 million or 116 bigs. That's Damon in the background on the phone. We like to call him Matt. Bit of play on words there. Absolute teddy bear of a human being, always has the time of day to say hello. And I believe he's going to be playing the mini main tomorrow. He told me that he won a seat in the satellite, but he can't play tonight. So very likely he'll be coming back tomorrow, unless, of course, he's on the phone to his boss saying, I'm not coming in tomorrow, and he wants to play tonight. As we get back to the action, Josh Chen, Queen 6 off on the button. I believe it looks like he's put out a raise, and he has, to 2 bigs to 60K, and Mackenzie has picked up the natural Queen 9 offsuit in the small blind. Mackenzie down to 18 bigs remaining. Does elect to put that one into the muck. Round 2, Simo. Unsuited ace in the big blind. Like to see a 3-bet here from Simo. Any ace 3-handed is a monster, even if it is unsuited. But he also is recognising that Mackenzie is down to 555K, which might be a factor for him playing along, but he does flick in the call. And off to the flop we go. Pot's 165K. This is hand number 65 of the stream. Flop comes down 10, 4, 8, or hearts. Decent flop for Josh Chen. Does pick up the flush draw. Can also hit a queen or a 6. Simo has picked up bottom pair with a nut kicker. Simo's going to check from the big blind. Josh Chen's going to come out with a C bet on this particular flop. He's going to bet 40K. C bet indicating a continuation bet. Phrase used for the person who was the pre-flop aggressor. Making a bet on the flop. So he's going to bet out 1.3 bigs. Simo with bottom pair, nut kicker. Looks like he might come along. And he does. Flicks in 2 25K chips. And I have to admit, what an awful card for Simo on the turn. He's actually picked up 2 pair now on the turn with the ace of hearts, but unfortunately for him, Josh Chen has got the queen of hearts in his hand. He's got the second nut flush draw, second nut flush, I should say, as the 4 hearts now appear on the board. Simo is going to check. Josh Chen just finding the absolute gin card on the turn, completing that flush and giving Simo 2 pairs. And he's going to apply a little bit of pressure. Simo checked the turn. Josh has fired another barrel on the turn here of 140k or 4.7 bigs. So action background to Simo with the 2 pairs that he hit on the turn with the ace of hearts. Needs to find 4 outs at the river. You can see them top right-hand corner, the ace of diamonds, ace of clubs, 4 of clubs, or the 4 of spades. Has elected to make the call. Needs to find it. Can he? No, he can't. The river card comes king of clubs. Does bring in the backdoor Broadway too with the Queen Jack. However, there is a 4 flush out there that Simo needs to be worried about. He was really hoping he could find a 4 and ace on the river, but unfortunately for him, didn't find it. King of clubs peeled off. He's going to check again from the big blind. Back round to Josh. How much can he get out of Simon Shaheen here? He'd be thinking about which hands to target. Obviously only beaten by 1 card in the deck, the King of Hearts. There's no straight flush possibilities down on this particular board, or full houses for that matter. So he is going to come out with a bet here with the second nuts. He's going to bet 425k or 14 bigs. Action background to Simo. Also known as Wahesh. His close mates. Just noticed, Braden Jinks, you said you bubbled the final table. The final table was a table of 7, but 7th to 8th pick up 5k. So asking for an extra $125 out of me, but you also picked up 5k. Must be nice. Obviously, the buy-in for this particular event was $1,500. So assuming, of course, you're only in for 1 bullet, you did pick up some money in this particular event, $3,500 roughly speaking. Simo going to throw in one of those time bank cards. Really deep in thought here. He needs to try and figure this one out. Obviously, Josh Chen can have any 2 hand combinations on the button, especially with the chip lead. He's going to be raising on the button in position the majority of the time. Can Simo find the fold here? For 14 bigs. Chucks in another time bank card. So he's really deep in thought, making 2 pairs on the turn. He's dead to any heart at this particular stage. Obviously, the Queen Jack also can get there when the King peeled off, but it's more likely that Josh Chen would have a heart in his hand than the Queen 10. Or sorry, the Queen Jack, I should say. So Simo deep in thought. Looks like he's going to put them into the muck, and great fold there from Wahesh. Very good. Didn't want to flick in 14 bigs at the river there. The ace-4 off. I'd imagine a bit of a factor into that is that Mackenzie's also very short here at the moment, down to 18 bigs, and the pay jumps are quite significant. So I'd imagine that that's probably a little bit of a factor as to why he decided to fold, despite the board showing 4 hearts. Regardless, does make a good fold there. Gets away from it. Hand number 65, Shane O'Mac is dealing out the cards. Button now being moved around. Button will be on Mackenzie. Be first to act. Finds the Jack-8 off. No good. Simon Shaheen, here we go. Maybe a bit of justice for folding the last hand, making 2 pairs on the turn. Picks up the big slick. The Ace of Hearts, King of Diamonds in the small blind. Maybe you can get a few chips back from Josh Chen. Looks like he's going to just limp in. like this play. And Josh Chen's actually picked up a pair of 4s, so we could see a bit of fireworks here. I think he's whacked it. And he has. And Simo's called instantaneously. He has whacked it. Simo has called. This is a big pot right here. 76 bigs, 2.3 million. I was waiting to see if Josh was going to do this, and he did whack it. And Simo needs to find an ace or a king. Off to the flop we go. The flop comes down 8-5-9. No help for Simo. Needs to find an ace or a king. Finds it on the turn. Can he whiff the 4 at the river? And he does. He makes 2 pairs instead with the ace king. And he's going to take a big pot away from Josh Chen. Now up to 2.3 million. So we've got a full game ahead of us at the moment. Simon Shaheen now picking up a monster. Finds the ace king. Limps in. Induces Josh to make a play with the pocket 4s. Josh whacks it from the big blind. Simon Shaheen snaps it off in a heartbeat. Ace king versus the pocket 4s. A standard situation in no limit hold'em. A pair versus 2 overs. Flop came down 8-5-9. No help to Simo, but he finds the ace of clubs on the turn, and for good measure, finds the king of hearts at the river, getting a full double up from the chip leader. Now up to 76 bigs. Wowee. What a huge turn of events right now. Simo taking a huge pot off Josh Chen. So this is really anyone's game at the moment. And Simo must be pretty happy there, finding the ace on the turn. And for good measure, like I said, bit of salt in the wound for Josh as the king peels off at the river as well, giving Simo top 2 pairs. Wowee. Maybe I need to talk to some expert poker players as to why Josh would elect to just jam the pocket 4s all in there. I mean, he's only ever getting called by a better hand, so I'm not sure if I like the play. Obviously, he can fold out, weak aces like an ace 3, ace 4, ace 5, and he could be targeting those hands, but there is situations where people can wake up with a bigger hand, like that of Simo, who did have the ace king there and snapped it off. Peeled the ace and peeled the king at the turn at the river to take that one away from Josh Chen. Now up to 2.3 mil or 57 bigs. The blinds are 20K, 40K with a 40K big blind ante. Simo picks up the natural 9 suited in the clubs. He's going to pop it up, buttercup. Actually, as a matter of fact, he's gone into limp in from the button. Apologies. So he's just going to flick in the call for 1 big. Josh Chen, who lost that hand to Simo, is going to limp in as well with the 10-5 of diamonds. Back round to Mackenzie, who looks kind of bored of it at the moment. He hasn't had much of a hand recently. And again, doesn't pick up much here. He's got the 4 deuce off in the big blind. Getting a bit of the short end of the stick at the moment. Mac. Short stack and not getting many cards. And he's going to check back from the big blind. So 3-way action to the flop. Off we go. And the flop comes a couple of queens and an 8. And Simon Shaheen with the natural. Flopping 3 of a kind. So running pretty good here. The ace king just held up last hand. Now he's flopped 3 of a kind. He's going to check. It's going to go check, check, check. Turn card brings in the 6 of spades. Simon Shaheen with the check mark next to his name. There's no cards left in the deck that Josh or Mackenzie can win with. Josh is going to check the 10-5 of diamonds. Mackenzie, let's see if he can get his hand caught in the cookie jar and make a bet here from the big blind with 4 high. His only way to take down this pot is if he tries to make a play at it. Little does he know that he can't win, and he's going to have a stab at it. There it is. He's going to bet 80K, 2 bigs. Simon Shaheen chucks the sweater over his mouth and his beard, giving away absolutely nothing. Gerard Kirk coming in saying, good work, Shaheen. So a bit of support for Wahesh. Simon Shaheen in this 6 max event. He's going to call. Doesn't even put in the raise. Beautiful. He's going to see if he can trap Mackenzie a little bit more. The river card brings in the 7 of diamonds. Absolute blank. It does bring in the backdoor straights, but as you can see, Simon Shaheen has got a blocker to the top end. Nut straight here would be 9-10. He does have that blocked with the 9 of clubs. Obviously, there's a 9-6, 9-10, 9-5. 9-5, 9-10, 4-5 straight down there. So 3 combinations of the straight. And Simon is blocking 2 of them. So I don't think Simo is too worried about somebody backdooring into a straight as Mackenzie does shut down on the river. Can Simo put out a bet here? Which I have no doubts he will. Board's come out relatively dry. He's just trying to target what he can to try and get some chips out of Mackenzie, but Mackenzie will make the easiest fold in the world to basically any bet, probably even one big. Just whacks it. And Simon's just going to take that down. He basically put the chips down and then picked them straight back up as Mackenzie made the easiest fold in poker, essentially playing the board. So Simon Shaheen just a couple of bigs away from Josh Chen, who's had the chip lead for probably the last 2.5 hours, give or take. After getting a good run of cards, he found aces twice in 5 hands, got them both to hold, and then took down a monster pot from Mackenzie with the King 10 offsuit versus the Jack 10 of spades that flopped the gut shot straight flush, hit a Jack of diamonds on the turn. But Josh Chen found the Queen of Hearts at the river of the Queen with the King 10 off, making the nuts. And took a very sizable pot away from Mackenzie, who's now trying to fight back into this 6-max event. Josh Chen finds the pocket 9s on the button. Mackenzie finds the unsuited ace in the small blind, running out of time and bigs. Is this good enough for him to jam it all in? A weak ace 3-handed. Could be. Action's going to be around to him. Chucks in a time bank. Deep in thought. Wildcard Poker saying, I could be watching the WSOP, but I'd rather be watching the local action. Appreciate that, Wildcard Poker. This is some top quality poker right here in the 6-max, so I appreciate you joining us alongside everybody else in the chats on Facebook Live, YouTube, and on Twitch. We are on a 20-minute delay. He is going to whack it with the ace-3. Simon should be able to get out of the way with any hand unless he picks up a monster. He does find the Queen Jack of spades, not good enough. Josh Chen's going to make a very easy call with the pocket 9s, and he does. There it is. So can Josh Chen eliminate Mackenzie from this event in third, who'll be picking up 15,800, and then we'll have a heads-up battle between Josh and Simo. Or can he find the ace ball to help him get himself out of a bit of trouble? Finds a 3 on the flop, 3 king 7, needs to find an ace or a 3, 5 on the of hearts on the turn, no good. The river card brings in the deuce of diamonds, and that is GG's for the New Zealander, Mac Orford. He's going to be eliminated now in third. We are now heads up. Josh Chen, Wahesh, playing for all the cheese. Mac out in third for 15,800. There's Ash Ovens on the rail. Big Michael, he's out there as well. So for all those people who are Simon Shaheen lovers and that of Josh Chen, we're going to be playing heads up shortly. I believe that the chip stacks are going to be counted. As you can see, Brian Yuen is just checking the stacks and making sure that we've got everything in order here. Shane O'Mac in the dealer's chair will be dealing this one out. US Brad just walking in the door right now. There's Mackenzie walking to the registration desk. Might be jumping into the mini main, to which I need to now pay Braden Jinks an extra $125 in that giveaway. And we are heads up, which means, and I did say this, if we get to heads up between Josh and Simo, I will be doing another giveaway. So we're going to go on a short break and we'll come back in just a moment and I'll do another giveaway. So if you're in the chats, stick by us as I will be doing one more giveaway before the conclusion of this 6-max. We'll be back shortly right here at Play Live. And we are back after that short intermission, seeing the concluding stages of the Six Max Day 2 during the Winter Championship right here at Play Live. Heads up battle. Simon Shaheen taking on Josh Chen. They just went out for a short break, so did I. Thought I was going to be late to come back to call the action. So I've a little bit out of breath. I do apologise. I was running because I got caught up talking to Lukey Dookie downstairs, who's playing the 10-game event brought to you by Shannon Vanderberg. Both players here picking up King Queen 3-bet to 340k or 8.5 bigs by Josh Chen. Got called from Simon Shaheen, who was the original raiser, popped up and made it 2.3 bigs or 90k to go, got 3-bet to 340 and called by Simon Shaheen. Both players have the same cards, just in different suits. The flop comes down a couple of threes and a deuce. So it's basically whoever bets wins type of scenario in this particular hand. And Guy, if you can hear me, if you wouldn't mind taking that mouse cursor off the screen, that would be great. It's just right in the middle of the screen. Thank you very much. There was a question in YouTube earlier. Luke and Josh Abity commentating again this series. I believe both of those players are over at, I think Josh is actually in New York and Luke Martinelli's over in the WSOP. So I very much doubt that they will be commentating, but if they come back early, I will let you know and they'll jump in. JC going to bet 280k or 7 bigs. Wahesh facing the action. Does have backdoor nut clubs essentially working for him, considering the holdings. The king of clubs versus the queen of clubs. Deuce ball repeats on the turn. This hand will be chopped up if they do both make it to showdown. Neither of them can win the pot outright, unless, of course, one can bluff the other off the hand. Pot here, 1.3 million or 32 big, so pretty big pot straight after the break. Josh is going to bet out 550k from the big blind. Simon Shaheen is going to squeeze up his cards one more time and does find the muck. So, like I said at the start of the hand, first person to bet into it should be able to take it down, and that was Josh, who was out of position but has gone barrel after 3-betting his hand pre-flop. Up to 91 bigs now, 3.7 million. Simon Shaheen down to 1.8. Josh Chen essentially here with a 2-1 chip lead. Off to the flop we go. Comes 10-6-3. Both players picking up a pair on this board. It was limped in by Josh from the small blind and check back from Simo with a natural 8. Both actually got a natural 8 here. So it's going to go check from Simo from the big blind. Josh Chen's going to check back. And have a look at this card for Josh Chen on the turn, picking up now trip 3s on the turn. Simo was out in front with a pair of 6s on the board. He's going to be thinking he's in front. Little does he know he needs to find one of the 2 remaining 6s in the deck at the river to take this one away from Josh, who has picked up now trips on the turn. Started with the worst hand, flopped the worst pair, but now has picked up trips on the turn with a 3 of spades peeling off. Simon Shaheen's going to bet out 90k or 2.3 bigs. Josh Chen's going to flick in the call. River card brings in the 8 of clubs. No help to Simo, needing to find the 6 ball. Check mark next to Josh Chen's name. You can see bottom left-hand corner. This is hand number 70 of the 6 max. event. It was a $1,500 buy-in, 109 entries, creating a prize pool of $138,866. First prize picking up $41,226. Second will pick up $25,500. No deals between these two, from what we have been told. So they're going to be playing for the trophy and some big cheese up top, $41,226. Nice little bankroll booster. Same with second for $25,500. Hugo for Bess on YouTube is saying none of them have a rail. There is the mini main going on upstairs, so I'd imagine a lot of their friends are upstairs playing the mini main. I might talk about that right now as action background to Josh Chen. The mini main day one kicked off today at 7 o'clock. Late registration is up until 11:30 tonight. It's a $750 buy-in, $625 plus $125 for the hospitality package. Starting stack is $50K 30-minute levels and a $250,000 guarantee on that event. So if you want to come down, you've got approximately 2 hours and 5 minutes from now to jump into day one, the first flight of that mini main. Josh is going to bet out $565K or 14 bigs at this river. Remember, this is a heads-up battle, so making a pair like Simo has on this particular board, especially second best pair on the flop, now third best pair on the board, is very strong heads up. But it will cost him $565K to call, and he does elect to fold. So a good fold there from Simo. So I want to thank everybody for joining me here at Playlive Melbourne. We are watching the concluding stages of day 2 of the Six Max. We are on a 20-minute delay across YouTube, Facebook, and on Twitch. If you've got any questions, concerns, queries, or whatever, chuck them in. Be more than happy to answer them to the best of my ability or find somebody who can give you the answer. Now that we are heads up, I did say when we come back from the break, I will be doing another giveaway. And I'm a man of my word, so I'll definitely be doing that. Just got to think of the question, to be fair. So Olympian from Simon Shaheen on the button with a 7-4 offsuit. Josh Chen's going to check back his big blind. Flop comes down Jack 6, 10, 2 clubs. Simon Shaheen needs to find some running cards to make a straight or a 7 or 4 for that matter. Josh Chen out in front with Queen High and is going to come out with a bet, and Simo has no other choice but to put it into the muck, which he does. So the dealer here, Shane, dealing out the cards at the moment at this feature and final table of the Six Max. Likes to go by the nickname Shane O'Mac. And as the cards are being distributed, here it is. Josh Chen on the button, first to act in heads-up poker. Finds the door, Brunson, 10 deuce offsuit. He's going to pop it up, make it 2.3 bigs to go, 90K. Blinds are 20K, 40K with a 40K big blind ante. Simon Shaheen picks up a monster heads up. Queen Jack suited in the clubs. Couple of picture cards, huge. Can he get some value out of Josh with this particular hand? Looks down at his stack. He's got 38 bigs or 1.5 million in chips. So there's still plenty of chips in this tournament. Roughly 130. Have a look at this for a flop. Hello, bingo, says Simo in his head, I would imagine, as he flops 3 of a kind queens. He's going to check from the big blind. Back around to Josh, and it's a miracle to win this hand, essentially. I think it needs to come king, needs to run king, actually. I think it's the only way that he can win this hand. I believe that is correct. Yeah, you can't go 10-10, deuce, no good. Can't make the straight either because Simo will make a straight. So, yeah, king. Only chance to chop this pot up. So, as you can see, less than 1%. He is to chop this pot as Simo is facing a 45k bet from Josh Chen and makes the easiest call in the world. And have a look at that for a turn card. Brings in the full house for Simo, queens full of jacks. And Josh Chen has now made the up and down draw on the turn. So the open-ender here for Josh. He's picked up what he thinks is probably a little bit of equity. He does check it behind, but he is dead to Simo's full house. The river card peels off the 7 of hearts. No help, obviously, to Josh. Simo had this one locked up basically on the flop and confirmed it on the turn when the jack of spades peeled off. Simo, unfortunately, won't get any action out of the 10 deuce from Josh Chen, despite how much he bets. I'd like for him to come in either as a polarizing bet or come in small, which he does. I like this. 50k. Trying to entice a call with ace high. This is also second nut, no pair. Any 10, and he doesn't go along with the hand. So he's going to get out of the way. Simo is going to pick that bad boy up by making a full house on the turn. Flopped Josh essentially dead. Could have chopped it up with running kings, and that was it. So Simo versus Josh Chen, JC versus SC. Trying to take it down. Trophy in the middle of the table. Right, in approximately 4 minutes, I'll be giving that question out for the giveaway. And you know what? I'm going to do one more giveaway to that mini main event hospitality, an extra $125 going straight into your player's account down here at Playlive. And if you're not a player, then I'll still honour it. It can be used in any of the mini main event flights. There's one today, tomorrow, Saturday. There's actually 2 on Saturday, day 1C and day 1D. Pardon me, sorry. That's correct. Pardon me. Yep, 2 on Saturday, 1 at 2 and 1 at 7. 4 flights into that mini main, so you can use it on any of those days, inclusive of tonight, where late registration for that particular event closes at 11:30. Simo from the button, first to act, pops it up, makes it 85k to go with a 5-3 offsuit. Gets called from Josh Chen with the jack 5 of hearts. Here comes the flop. Queen deuce 10. Josh Chen has backdoor straight and flush possibilities, and Simo needs to find a 3-ball. 5 will be no good as Josh Chen has him outkicked. Should that be the case? Leslie in the chat saying, let's go, Josh. Obviously a bit of support there for JC. Josh is going to check from the big blind, and Simo is going to come out with a C bet of 65k or 1.6 bigs. JC is going to make the call. Turn card, big card for Josh. Now makes second best pair on this board. Showing Queen 10 deuce jack of diamonds, full badoogie on the board. There is not a card in the deck that Simo can win with. We'd have to try and bluff Josh off his hand to win and take down this pot. Josh is going to check again from the turn, on the turn, I should say, and action back around to Simo. I'd like to see Simo here shut down, which he will. There it is. Good check back. The river card brings in the 3, giving actually a pair to Simo. A Very unfortunate card for him. I still reckon he might be able to get away from it after getting check called on the flop. Josh is going to bet out 110K, 2.8 bigs. Simo here picking up a pair of threes at the river. Facing a bet of 110K from Josh, who did pick up the jack on the turn, does elect to put it into the muck. Good fold. Josh Chen going to extend his lead out just a little bit more, picking up that pot there. Now up to 97 bigs or 3.9 million. Simon Sheen still definitely in this event. 39 bigs, 1.6 million. Basically a 2-1 chip lead, a little bit more, probably 2.3. X chip lead at the moment, Josh Chen. So the question for the giveaway. This is for the mini main. And Jinxie, you can't win it again because you've already won the last one. This is for the hospitality package to be used in the mini main event. The mini main event only. It's not in T dollars where you can use it in any other event. It's for the mini main only, which is a $750 buy and $625 plus $125 hospitality package, to which I'm paying on your behalf. For the first correct answer, in on Twitch, YouTube, or on Facebook. First correct answer that I can see on my screen will win that $125 hospitality package, and I'll put it straight into your account downstairs at the conclusion of this particular event. The question is, what is the nickname of the dealer? I've said it about 8 times, so what is the nickname of the dealer? Josh Chen finds the 7-4 on the button, decides to limp in. There was a raise from Simo with the ace-8. And Josh Chen decided to defend. The board comes down at 3, deuce, 6. So Josh Chen does have the gut shot to make the straight with any 5. Can also take the pot away from Simo with a 7 or a 4, but Simo at the moment is out in front. Bet of 75K from Josh Chen. Seven on the turn. Simo did elect to make that call for 1.9 bigs. He's been outdrawn on the turn, as the turn does bring in the 7 of hearts. Check from Simo. Back round to Josh now, who I'm sure will bet this turn card. Now with top pair and the gut shot to go along with it. Josh is going to bet out 150K or 3.8 bigs. That might get it done for Simo. And it does. He's going to put that into the muck. Now, in terms of the correct answer, I see that Connor Bradley got in there with Shane O'Mac. Same with Paulie. So technically the winner of this particular event is Connor Bradley. However, Connor has already won some merchandise and some giveaways here at Playlive. So maybe if he's generous enough, he might be able to give it over to Paulie, who I haven't seen in the chat before. So up to you, Connor. You can pass it over to Paulie, or If you want to, you can take down the extra $125 towards that mini main event. Your call. I'll leave the ball in your court. Let me know what you want to do. I'll honour it one way or another. Simo, internet hand, Queen 7, offsuit. He's gone to limp in on the button. Well played from Connor Bradley. He's going to give it to you, Paulie. Well played. So nice hand from Connor, giving that hospitality package to you, Paulie. You are the winner. Bit of good karma, he says. So well played. I respect that from Connor. So Paulie, you are the winner of that particular event. If you wouldn't mind DMing Play Live with your name and your account here if you are an active player, or go downstairs at the conclusion of this event and chuck that money into your player's account to be used in that mini main. It can't be swapped out for any other event. It is for that mini main event only. 125 big ones. As we get back to the action here, Josh on the button. First to act in heads-up poker. It's going to limp in with the King 4 of clubs. Simo, Wahesh. He's going to check back in the big blind with the 7-6 offsuit. Here comes the flop. Here comes Queen 9-8. Simo with the up and down. A 14 outs, as you can see, top right-hand corner of your screen. This is hand number 76. The blinds here are 20K, 40K with a 40K big blind ante. It's going to go check on the flop. Here comes the turn. Brings in a 7 for Simo. No clubs on the flop for Josh. No help either for that King 4. So Simo out in front at the moment. Josh needs to find a king ball at the river. There's 3 remaining, as you can see, top right-hand corner of your screen. But Simo is going to fire out after making a pair on the turn. And also has the straight draw to go along with it. Josh Chen's going to get out of the way. Paulie coming in there to Connor on the Facebook chat saying absolute champion. Mad respect, and gives him a salute too. So well played, Connor. He also said he will swap it for a hoodie. You know what, Connor? I might honour that too. Let me just have a bit of a think about it. I do need to make sure that we're not going to run out of hoodies. There's Bridges, one of the owners, walking past the commentary booth, putting on a clinic right here at Playlive Melbourne, 129 York Street, alongside Josh Abity and all the other owners. Simon Chen's going to limp in from the dealer's button with the ace-10 off. Josh Chen has picked up ace-5 offsuit in the big blind, and they're both going to trick it up a little bit. No raising pre-flop in this particular hand. And off to the flop we go. Can we find an ace ball? No, we can't, but Simo can find top pair with top kicker. Josh down to 4% equity. Needs some cards to make a straight or running 5s. Josh will check his option. First to act after the flop. Simo going to bet top or nut pair nut kicker, or top pair top kicker. He's going to come out and bet 60K or 1.5 bigs. Josh will float with the ace high. Wow, what a card on the turn. Talk about an action card on the turn. Wowee. The ace of diamonds just peels off, giving Josh what he thinks is the best hand at the moment with a pair of aces, but he's dead. Absolutely dead to Simo, who's got top 2 pair now. Wow, what a card from Shane O'Mac. Peels off the ace of diamonds. Simo's going to bet 175k or 4.4 bigs. This could be a very big pot. Josh floating the flop to try and find the ace ball, and he did. Simo with a check mark next to his name cannot lose. Now, if a 5 peels off at the river here, this could be danger. Oh, it was a 2-side too. The 4 peels off as Josh makes the call for 175k on the turn. There was obviously a few straight combinations out there, 5-3, 5-8, 9-8 for the nuts. But obviously, there are only a few combinations. 3 to be exact. So an ace on this particular board is very strong. So I'd like to see Simo go for a very polarizing bet here, and he does. It looks like he's going to make it 425k. Great bet. He's betting basically like 85% of the pot. Lovely. And Josh is going to call and see the bad news. Top 2 pair for Simo. Flicks it in like it's a set. Might as well be, because he's going to take down a very sizable pot there. So all of a sudden, Simo up to 52 bigs or 2.1 mil. Chipping back on Josh Chen, who takes a bit of a hit in that particular hand. Well played from Simo. He limped in with the ace-10. JC tried to trick it up himself and not put the raise in from the big blind with the ace-5. Peels it off on the turn. The ace peels off. The ace of diamonds. Huge card for Josh. Even bigger for Simo. And Simo does get paid off there. So how good are the dynamics in this heads-up battle in this 6-max? Some love coming in from Lynette Parkinson. Come on, Simon. Josh Chen picking up the ace-8 suited on the button, first to act, always in heads-up poker. Looks like he might limp in too. Actually, it looks like he might have popped it up, come to think of it. He has. He's raised it up and made it 115k to go. Simon Shaheen has picked up the Queen 5 off in the big blind. Deep in thought and does elect to put the Queen 5 into the muck. Flicks his big blind over to JC. So you're watching the concluding stages of the 6-max right here at Playlive Melbourne, 129 York Street in South Melbourne. Josh Chen is taking on Wahesh, Simon Shaheen. And both players have got a lot of support in the chat. And you are listening to myself, Josh Monk, a.k.a. Monkey. Call the action solo. Berkey is downstairs playing, I believe, in the mixed game event, which Shannon Vanderberg, the Prince of Poker himself, has put on this evening. He's also got a few other events across the Winter Championship calendar. You can check them out on Mixed Games Academy on Facebook, but you can also find all of those games on the Play Live website and on Facebook. Just look up Play Live Melbourne. You'll see all the action and everything that you need to know about the schedules, the structures for events, and so on and so forth. As we get back to this heads-up battle between Simo and Josh. Simo limping in from the button. King 6 off. Josh Chen now finds the ace 4 offsuit in the big blind. Worthy of putting in a raise. He's going to riffle some chips and make his mind up. And he is going to pop it up, make it 175k to go, or 3.5 bigs. Action back round to Simo. He's got king high, heads up, good enough to defend with. Amelia coming in on the chat saying, get it, Wahesh. So a bit of love for the guy on the screen at the moment, Simon Shaheen, who's going to chuck in what appears to be a 3-bet. And it is to 410K, 8.2 bigs. Chucking in some of those green chips. They are worth 100K each. The orange chips are worth 25K and the blues are worth 5K. So action back round to Josh with the ace-4 offsuit, facing a 3-bet to 410. It's going to cost him 235K to call, and he is going to put it into the muck. So well played there from Simon, limping in, then putting in the 4-bet, or 3-bet, I should say, and taking that bad boy down. Next hand, hand number 80. Right here, if you're just tuning in on this Thursday night, you are watching the 6 Max heads-up battle between Simon Shaheen and Josh Chen. Josh had the chip lead earlier today, probably about 3 hours ago, when he picked up aces, and then the King 10. Won all 3 hands. King 10 was a bit of a cooler, but won all 3 hands with aces, King 10. Went up to, I think, something like 136 bigs. And Simon's trying to chip away at that lead at the moment. Only a milli behind. Blinds have now gone up to 25K, 50K with a 50K big blind ante. This is hand number 81. Josh Chen's going to raise from the button with a 9-7 offsuit. Simon Shaheen picks up another monster. King-Queen suited in the diamonds. I'd imagine a 3-bet coming in here for sure. Paulie in the Facebook chat winning the hospitality package into the mini main. So congrats. Actually got handed it from Connor Bradley, who actually won it and then passed it over. So Simo did not put in the 3-bet. He did elect to call instead. And lucky for him, because the flop has come down 7, 5, 6, 2 spades. Josh Chen flopping top pair and a gut shot to make a straight. Simo needs to catch one of the 6 remaining outs in the deck for him with the King-Queen. Those outs represented in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Josh Chen's going to bet out top pair with the gut shot. Is Simo going to float for 180K with the King-Queen? But doesn't. Love this from Simo. Playing really good poker at the moment, finding his spots and trying to capitalise on them as best he can, and also finding good folds when he needs to, not floating there with the 2 overcards on that particular board. So I like this from Simo. And to be honest, both of these players at this feature and final table of the 6 Max are good friends of mine. I have known Simo longer. Simo also gave me the COVID back in 2020, to which we got a shout out, believe it or not, during the main event over in the WSOP during that particular year. I asked, I think it was Ali Najad and Nick Scholman to give us a shout out, and we did get it. So I captured that actually on my phone. But yes, Simo absolutely came over for a glass of red over at my place, and that was GG's. Couldn't taste anything for the next 9 months. Everything tastes like bed sheets. As Simon Shaheen finds on the dealer button the Queen Deuce offsuit. It's going to pop it up and make it 110K to go. 2.2 bigs. Round to Josh Chen, who just had the 9-7. And he is going to elect to make the call. And off the flop we go. Josh Chen flopping the up and down. Another pretty decent flop for Josh. The open ender. Simon Shaheen has Queen high. I'd like to see Simon check this one back, to be fair, but he's not going to. He's going to find a bet and continue his story. He's going to bet at 60K, I believe it is, maybe 65. It is 65, 1.3 bigs. Back round to Josh, who's going to go absolutely nowhere on this particular board. They are playing for all the cheese. No deal has been made between these two. So 41 lacquer and a bit of change up top, plus the trophy, plus the bragging rights and so on and so forth. Josh Chen's going to put in a raise there and take it down. Now again, Paulie, if you can hear me on Facebook Live, please DM us at Playlive Melbourne. and inform them that Josh Monk up in the commentary booth will be applying $125 towards your hospitality package in the mini main at the conclusion of this particular event. But I don't know what your real name is. So if you do have a player's account here, I'll need to find that out. So please DM them so that I can go down and hook you up. I'd like to give a big shout out to Connor Bradley, who actually won the hospitality package, but handballed it over to Paulie. So well done, Connor. I respect that very much so, as did Paulie. As we get back to the action. Limp in from Josh Chen with the Jack 6 off. Simon's going to check his option with a 9-3 of clubs off to the flop. Here we go. Going to come Jack 7-4, complete rainbow. Top pair for Josh Chen. Backdoor straight and club outs for Simo only. Josh Chen's going to bet out 50K, one big. Simon's going to find the fold. They're the other payouts right there. Mackenzie came third for 15.8. Getting Dyke came fourth, picking up 10,800. And number 84 right here, 6 max during the Winter Championships. That did start on the 4th of June, going all the way through to the 23rd of June. Simo trying to wave over probably a waiter. See if he can get a drink. Has picked up the King 10, suited. In the spades, you beauty. He's going to pop it up, and it looks like 115K to go. Seems like the normal raise. At the moment, 2.3 bigs. Josh Chen finds the unsuited ace in the big blind and has elected to make the call for 65K. So off to the flop we go. Can Simo find a king or a 10? Slightly behind in equities. And the flop comes down Jack 6-3, 2 diamonds. Josh Chen picking up running cards to make a straight and also running cards to make the nut flush. Simo with only one overcard to the board. Was the pre-flop aggressor and goes check on the flop. Here comes the turn, brings in the 9 of hearts. So Simo picking up a queen now to make a straight. But Josh Chen out with the lead with ace high at the moment. Hairs all over the place. Looks a bit like Yahoo Serious there. And he's going to check back round to Simo. I'd love to see Simo make a bet on this turn. Apply a bit of pressure back on Josh. He doesn't, elects to check his option. Here comes the river, brings in the 10. So check mark goes next to Simo's name as he does pick up a pair of 10s at the river, second best pair on this board. As Leslie's coming in saying, someone told Josh to adjust his hair. He is on the big stage, so I don't think Josh cares too much about his hair when he's playing for $41,000 up top, to be fair. 25,500 for second. Simo is going to bet into Josh after Josh does check the river. He's going to bet out 175K. Josh with nothing more than ace high does elect to put it into the muck. Dean Deman on Playlive, Facebook. How do I get a discount? I heard that, if I heard that correctly. No, it's not a discount, it's a giveaway. I gave away actually 2 seats or 2 hospitality packages, I should correct myself, into the mini main, straight out of my own back pocket. Doesn't come from Playlive, comes from my back pocket to 2 lucky recipients. One of them being Braden Jinks, who's watching at home, watching his boy Simon Shaheen try and take this bad boy down. And the other winner was actually Connor, but he handballed it over to Paulie in the chat because Connor has already won, I believe, some merchandise. So he very muchly generously handed that over to Paulie. He said, absolute champion, mad respect. So well played from Connor, handballing that $125 towards that mini main hospitality package to Paulie. Off to the flop we go. It's raised to 115k or 2.3 bigs by Josh Chen with the ace deuce offsuit pre-flop. Gets the call from Simo with the 6-3, the natural 9. Simo's going to check from the big blind. It's going to go check from Josh on the flop. The flop came down Queen, Jack 7, 2 spades, 5 of hearts on the turn now. Simo could pick up a 6, a 4, or 3 to take this bad boy away from Josh. Is he going to bet the turn? Chucks a sweater over his mouth. Doesn't. Elects to make the check. Josh Chen actually might check this back. And does. Giving a free card for Simo. Can he make it? No, he can't. The 8 of clubs at the river. No help to Simo. Ends up effectively playing the board. Plus the 6 in his hand. And Josh gets the check mark next to his name. Ace high on this board will be good. Unless, of course, Simo can find the guts to pull the trigger. He can't. He's going to check. Josh Chen, who's now fixed his hair slightly, is going to check back. Josh is going to see the good news. Ace high is good on this particular board of Queen Jack 7, 5, 8. Connor Bradley, no merchandise. I gave, well, Berkey and I should say, I'm not going to count my co-pilot out on this one, gave away the main event hospitality package to Connor Bradley. It was worth $200. There you go. This is me coming into the dealer's chair. One of the best. An absolute crusher of a dealer. Simon Shaheen on the button finds the ace 10. I don't know if you remember, he did limp in with this hand earlier and picked up a very sizable pot from Josh Chen. Is he going to make the same play again? Changes it up this time. Raises it up, makes 110k to go. 2.2 bigs. Josh Chen has elected to make the call from the big blind with the Queen 6 off. Flop comes 9 for deuce. No help to Josh Chen. Simo still out in front at the moment with ace high, 72% equity. Josh here is going to check his option from the big blind, allow Simo to make a bet. Simo going to bet 1.6 bigs or 80k. Yes, Josh going to float and see if he can pick up a 6 or a queen on the turn. Looks like he might be thinking about potentially putting it into the muck, and he does. Leslie coming in saying, I wonder if there's a correlation between Josh's hair state with how good his hands are. Yep, he's not really picking up many hands, that's true. But to be fair, it's very hard to do so in their game, especially heads up. Picture any is very strong, let alone ace any. So back to the action. Josh Chen here on the button in the small blind. First to act. Going to flick in the call. Blinds are 25K, 50K with a 50K big blind ante. Simon Shaheen going to check back in the big blind. 9-6 versus the 8-5. Off to the flop we go. Flop comes down Queen. 7 deuce, 2 hearts. Neither player with a heart in their hand. Check from Simo. I'd imagine Josh is going to check this back. Can also have a stab, which he does. He's going to bet out the min, 1 big, 50K. Simo just going to put that one into the muck. Simon Shaheen now picks up the ace-8 off. Approaching 10:05 p.m. These players did come back today at 2:10. So they have been playing for almost 8 hours. It's going to pop it up and make it 110K to go, or 2.2 bigs round to Josh. In the big blind, finds, in my opinion, a very pretty hand. Jack-8 of hearts. And has elected to make the call. Off to the flop. Flop comes 7-8 deuce. Both players picking up the 8. Bit of a disaster flop for Simo. Oh, sorry, for Josh, I should say. Who's picked up top pair with the jack kicker, but he's out-kicked at the moment to Simo, who's picked up the natural 9, the ace-8, and has top pair, top kicker, or nut-nut on this particular board, or top-top, depending on how you want to articulate his hand. He's going to bet out 80K. Round to Josh. He's going to grab some big chips. He's going to come in for a raise. He's going to pop it up and make it $250,000 to go. 5 bigs. Back round to Simo. $3.4 bigs to call, or 170K. Simo down to 33 bigs, or 1.7 mil in chips. Has got the best of it right here. 81% equity. And he flicks in the call. Turn card brings in the 6 of hearts. So Josh now picking up a few more outs on the turn. Can now hit 12 outs. Can find a jack or a heart. Equities still in the favour of Simon. Top pair, top kicker, I should say. Josh Chen, however, picking up the 6 of hearts on the turn, now up to 12 outs. He's got 27% equity, and it looks like he's going to grab a decent stack of those green 100K chips. He's going to bet out 410K, 8.2 bigs, action background to Simo, who's got top. It's going to cost him roughly 25% of his stack to call. Flicks in a time bank card. Deep in thought, Simo. He has got the best of it. Top pair, top kicker on this board. Josh Chen, however, has picked up the flush draw on the turn to go along with his 8. But it is behind, as we can see. Simo makes the call. Here comes the river down and dirty. Brings in the 4 of hearts. What a disaster card for Simo. Backdoor hearts now get in. It does bring down the 4-liner to the straight. So any 5 also makes a straight here. So maybe Simon can get away from this. Backdoor hearts getting in for Josh. What an absolutely unbelievable flop, turn and river for Josh. Being outflopped by Simo, or outkicked, I should say. Finds the 6 of hearts on the turn and the 4 of hearts peeling off so that Josh here picks up the flush, jack high. And he's going to whack it straight into Simo. And if Simo calls, he will come second in this event. Deep in thought. Top pair, top kicker. The 4-liner's in. The backdoor flush is in. Deep in thought, Simo. Can he get away from it? He's going to throw in one of those time bank cards. What a 6 spot for Simo. Had him pre-flop, had him on the flop, had him on the turn. Dead now at the river. Or can he get away from it? Love to see a big fold here from Simo. The board is 8 high too. What a 6 spot. Beautiful. Simo getting away from it. Well done. That is a tough fold. I'm telling you, that is a very tough fold. So he's going to be delighted when he watches this back a bit later on. Had the best of it pre, had the best of it on the flop and the turn. Got outdrawn at the river. Something Simo is quite used to. The 4 of hearts peeling off, giving Josh the flush. And probably saved Simo from making a call there. It brought in the backdoor hearts plus the 4-liner to the straight on the board. That's a very good fold. Simo going to duck into a bit of dessert. Looks like a bit of chocky mousse. They do put on some decent food down here at Playlive. Part of that hospitality package, you get food and dessert, all the drinks you would like outside of alcoholic beverages. You do need to pay for them. Josh Chen on the button picks up the Queen 3 off. Simo down to 22 bigs. Can he fight back and win this event? Or is Josh Chen going to take this bad boy out? Hand number 89. Let's go. JC, going to limp in. Again, Simo's got him absolutely dominated with the Queen 6. Off to the flop. Wow. Wow, have a look at this for a flop. Both of them picking up a pair. Simo with the best of it. 87% equity versus 13%. Josh Chen needs to find some running hearts or a 3-ball. Simo's going to check his option from the big blind. Back round to Josh. Makes a bet. Looks like he's going to bet out the min. 50K. Back round to Simo. Who flats. Here comes the turn. Brings in the Queen. Have a look at this for a card. Oh, my God. The Queen of Spades on the turn, giving both of them 2 pair. Simo with the best of it. Up to 92% equity. 2 pairs. Queens and 6s. Take on Queens and 3s. Only the 3 for Josh to scoop and take down this event. If that happened to peel off, the 10 would give them both Queens and 10s and they would chop it up. But at the moment, Simo in the driver's chair. 92% equity. What a card on the turn. Gee whiz. Queen of Spades. You can't make up that card. Josh is going to bet out 250K straight into Simo. Simo must be licking his lips here. Ecstatic when that Queen peels off. He shouldn't be behind here very often, and he's not. He's got 92% equity. How is he going to navigate this particular hand? Down to 935K in chips. He's facing a bet of 250K. Flats it. Here comes the river. brings in the 9. The backdoor hearts get there. And the backdoor straight for that matter. There's a ton of straights out there. 8-7, Jack 8, King Jack. But I don't think Simo is going anywhere in this particular hand with top and second bottom pair, queens and sixes. He'll be calling every single bet, I guarantee it. Can Josh fire one more bullet, or is he going to check back here? Can he find another barrel or not, Josh? If he does, I'd imagine that Simo will be snap calling this off, especially heads up 2 pairs is a monster. And he won't be worried too much about the flush getting in or the backdoor straight for that matter. Josh deep in thought. He has made 2 pairs on the turn, but it is dead to Simo. And he's thrown in all of his time bank cards too and pointed to me in the dealer's chair to say, I want all of those time bank cards in play in this particular hand as he's deep in thought. And he's going to whack it. Simo has to call here, unfortunately. Well, very fortunately, I should say. Has to call. He is just counting up his stack. He's looking down at the board, trying to figure out what the hell could Josh have that's got me beat. There's not many hand combinations, especially heads up. King Jack, Jack 8, the flush, obviously, 7-8. Queen 10, or a set. That's it. Which is not many hand combinations, especially when you are playing heads up poker. Queen 6 on this particular board should be good often. At least often enough to make the call. He does flick it into the muck. And Josh is going to get away with murder there. Wowee. I wonder what would have happened if Simo jammed it all in on the turn. I still like the play, though, by flatting the turn and trying to get his opponent to bluff the remaining chips off. He actually did do it, but the river card did bring in the hearts and the backdoor straights. And Simo has given Josh credit for a monster there and has made the laydown. Simo all of a sudden down to 14 bigs. Justin coming in there saying he's unblocking hearts, so it's legit just flush or no flush. Yep, I would tend to agree with that comment. And he does elect to fold. So Simo now needs a bit of a miracle here, down to 14 bigs. He's played great throughout this entire event. But Josh Chen's just outplaying him a little bit here in this heads up battle. And now has a 95 big blind stack, 4.8 million. Some comments obviously coming in on chat. There's Lukey Dookie trying to rail his mate, Simo. A couple of comments coming in about why didn't he call? Should have called there. A lot harder when you're sitting at this feature and final table with no ICM deal, playing for $41,000 up top. There's a $16,000 difference between second and first. The flush did get there, plus the straights. These two have battled it out all afternoon. Josh Chen's going to move it all in with pocket fives. Apply the maximum pressure back on Simon Shaheen, who's picked up the unsuited connector. Three side, I think he said to Lukey Dookie, who's railing him. So could that have been the pivotal moment in this 6 max? Simon Sheen down to 14 bigs or 685K in his stack. Josh Chen, 95 bigs or 4.8 million. Applying maximum pressure back on Simon Shaheen. There is love in the chats for both. There's Jamie Hall on the rail. Shaheen picks up the 10-7 suited in the diamonds. First to act here, down to 13 bigs. Needs to find a couple of double ups. And he's going to whack it. Josh Chen's going to ask for a count. This could be the last hand. Never know. Simo has moved this all in with the 10-7 of diamonds. We haven't quite got Josh Chen's cards on the reader at the moment, so we're not sure what he is holding. He has actually got them over the RFID reader, but they haven't been picked up yet. So it's 10-7 of diamonds, jammed all in. Asked for a full count. Miaz counted it out. 625K. Simo looks cool as a cucumber going straight into the chocolate mousse there. Very comfortable with his jam with the 10-7 of diamonds. Almost looks disinterested as Josh Chen has picked up the Jack 10 offsuit and has elected to make the call. So Josh Chen could bust Simo in this particular hand. He does have him dominated at the moment. 10-7 versus the Jack 10. Can Simo find some diamonds, or is he going to be eliminated in second, picking up 25,500 in this 6 max? Off to the flop we will go. Tap, tap from the dealer. Off to the flop. And the flop comes Jack 10-9. What a cooler. Needs to find an 8 ball for Simo. On the turn, 6 of hearts, no help. Needs to still find the 8. Doesn't find it. The deuce of spades at the river. That's GG's in the chat. Simo will come second for 25,500. And Josh Chen will take down this 6 max with flopping top 2 pair on that board. What an absolute cooler of a situation. Simo will be watching this back for sure and certain. That was the 6 max and the conclusion of it. Josh Chen taking it out for 41,000 and some change. 41,226. Simo coming second for 25,500. And I tell you what, he's played his guts out there, and I'd imagine he'll be kicking himself about that Queen 6 hand. And I might even have an opportunity to speak about it. That was all she wrote from the 6 max right here at Playlive Melbourne. What an unbelievable event. Until next time, thank you very much for joining us, everybody in the chat.